There are 2 spots left for $50,000 plus in cash prizes next weekend. And today, we've got 4 players battling for those 2 spots. Welcome to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series Wild Card Round. Alongside MLB The Show player and friend of the community, Yayo, I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. We're glad you're joining us from wherever you're joining us from, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube. Yayo, today should be a lot of fun. There's a lot of cash up for grabs next weekend.
It should be a lot of fun. It is Clemente Day. I got my Clemente jersey. I'm representing. I got the Pirates.
Well done.
But this wild card is going to be a lot of fun. We got some big names and a lot of money that is going to be up for grabs.
All right, let's tell people in the stream what the format looks like for these 2 semifinals series. These 2 series that you will see in their entirety, they are a best of 3. The winners of these 2 series will then advance to the field of 8, the grand finals, which will begin next weekend. 8 players battling for more than $50,000 cash prizes. Now, Yayo, we've got 4 players battling for those 2 spots, and here they are. And we've got some big names and maybe some players that are emerging on the community scene. Here is the matchup. It is Wavy Turtle and Clutch D. That is going to be our first best of 3 semifinal, taking on Weens and Diurnal. Dane, as he's listed graphically, aka Diurnal. Now, Yayo, as we come back on camera here, we had a scheduling conflict. So the field changed overnight from Saturday to Sunday. And as a result, that means we had a change in the matchup for today.
Yeah, and we had Diurnal, which, like you mentioned, Diurnal and Weens are well known in the community, former champions and the whole thing. We had them in separate brackets, right, where they had a chance of both advancing to the grand finals. Now, right, because of the seating change, and they're going to be facing each other. So we're going to have one of the vets advancing and maybe one of the young guns, one of the newcomers will be advancing as well. So it's going to be very interesting.
Now, what's also interesting is that these games, 9 innings, they're played on Legend difficulty, which is someone that struggles on All-Star difficulty. And you know who you are out there in the chat. You do the same thing. Don't act like you don't. It's amazing what these guys can do on Legend. Yeah. But Season 3 cards available. Core cards can be used. Also, the players have access to wild card spots to amplify their lineup. But the other interesting thing here, Yayo, is that there is a level of strategy that has been added here recently. Pitchers cannot be used. If you use a starting pitcher in game 1, he can't come back in game 2. And also your bullpen arms. If you use him in game 1, he can't come right back in game 2 as well.
Yeah, and that's going to make a difference, right? First time, like you mentioned, first time we're having wild cards in this esports tournament this year. So that's going to be very interesting. And also pitching, who they're going to bring in for game 1 is going to be short series, best of 3 only. Right. So series can go quick. I'm curious to see what they do with that.
All right, let's bring in one of the players that have already qualified for next weekend's grand finals, and he is a well-known member of the community. He is Kreiner. He is a former champion. Kreiner, thanks for joining us. You're already qualified for next weekend's action. What are you going to be looking for today as you watch these 2 best of 3 semifinals?
Yeah, I'll be looking at a lot of stuff, mainly the out-of-position pitchers because they all have new windups, so it's going to take a bit to get used to that. And I just want to see what cards people are using. I've been taking a break from the game, so I've just been getting back into it and looking at all the out-of-position cards. I want to see who has the best swings, who has the best pitches, so that'll be something I'll be eyeing today.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what are your thoughts on the players that are already there in the grand finals, right? Because we had at the beginning of the year, Alex Akil was playing out of his mind. Some thought that he was the best player in the world at that time. Then we had Wilsey go back-to-back wins. So what are your thoughts with the players there? Who are some of the names that you're keeping an eye out on?
Yeah, I would say Wilsey's definitely the favorite winning the summer and fall circuit, but I think anyone in the grand final can win it, especially with this game and how offensive it is. And if someone just gets hot for 2 days, they can be unstoppable. So anyway, it's just win and get in. You got to take it one game at a time. And all 4 guys playing today definitely have the chance to win next weekend if they can make it.
Well, Kreiner, we appreciate the time. We hope you enjoy the action. I know you're probably going to be monitoring both of these semifinals, and we look forward to seeing you in action next weekend. You're definitely a threat to win it all. Thanks a lot for joining us, my man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You got it. That's Kreiner, former champion here, joining us before we get started here. All right, Yayo, what do you say we go through the first semifinal? Let's meet the players as we get ready to determine who's going to claim one of those final two spots for a chance at $50,000 plus. Okay, our first matchup here, Wavy Turtle against Clutch D. Now, Yayo, this Clutch D is directly impacted by the scheduling conflict and the fact that the bracket and the field changed. He was not originally going to be part of today's action, but he finds himself in a last chance qualifying series against Wavy Turtle.
Yeah, so he battled, right? He was the first one out, or the last one out, so the first one in for this semifinal. So good for him. He's gonna have a chance at, advancing to the grand finals. And maybe yesterday, after Friday and Saturday, he didn't think that would be he wouldn't have a chance at that, but he will.
All right, so he finds himself in the best of three semifinals. Here's a look at his defensive alignment, how it lays out. He's got Bernie Williams patrolling center field, a very popular card. That's one of the wild card spots. And supercharged Mookie Betts is in his starting lineup. He's playing second base. Here is how the lineup shakes out. What jumps out at you here, Yayo, as you take a look at his starting lineup?
I will say Bernie Williams leading off. I love that card. I wanted to love that card. I personally cannot hit with him, but if he's leading off, that means he feels very comfortable with him. Love the balance there, and love having Mookie there as a core supercharged, right? Because if he wasn't supercharged, I wonder who his second baseman would have been. Maybe a Jackie Robinson or something like that. But I love the balance. Again, this is going to be God Squad, so the lineups are going to be stacked.
Yeah, you take a look at the bench. He's got some out-of-position players. He's got Hunter Green as his shortstop, Michael Lorenzen, the former two-way player, as a bench piece, Freddie Freeman, and Corbin Carroll. Is that the lightning card, Corbin Carroll, you think, Yayo? It has to be, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. It's a 99 overall. I don't think we've had a 99 overall Corbin Carroll this year, so that should be the lightning card. You got a lot of speed there, so yeah, interesting. He got a good mix of infield and outfield speed left and right, so well structured lineup.
And once again, season 3 core cards can be used, and wild cards. Meantime, his opponent, Wavy Turtle, known as Joey. He's 21 years old, out of Chicago. And his favorite card, Hall of Fame, Roy Halladay. What do you think, Yayo?
I mean, the first thing I see is 21. It feels like he's the old guy in the room, right? He's the old one of the semifinals, which is crazy to think. Roy Halladay, and I think, that being his favorite card this year, he has been insane, that Roy Halladay. So I'm glad we have that rule in place for the starting pitchers, because we won't get to see a lot of those, the same pitchers. So I'm curious to see when he's going to use that Roy Halladay. Is it game 1 or game 2?
As you see how the defensive alignment works out, he's got Ernie Banks at short, the Craig Biggio card, which we saw Clutch D using. But here, Wavy Turtle has that 99 Craig Biggio playing second, so some positional flexibility there. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. Jackie Robinson is going to lead off, Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and then the switch hitting Chipper Jones hitting cleanup. That's always a favorite card in the community.
Yeah, this lineup again, God Squad, right? Very well balanced. That 2-3-4 of Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, and Chipper Jones is one of the best, if not the best, three-hitter stretch that we have in MLB The Show. Love the balance there all the way through. He got some speedsters there, with Jackie and Craig Biggio. They're going to have that second leadoff hitter at the bottom of the order. So very well structured lineup again. And
once again, 2 more out-of-position players on his bench. He's got Nolan Ryan as a center fielder on the bench, and he also has Bob Gibson as a switch hitting catcher. So we'll have to see what role, if any, if these players or those cards have here in this first semifinal. Once again, it's a best of 3. And Yayo, as we get ready to get going here, there is that level of physicality, and as strange as that may sound, but also maybe more importantly, the potential mental strain that this event can put on the players here. You got to be locked in from jump, and you potentially have to do it for an extended period of time.
Yeah, and they've played Friday, they play Saturday, a lot of stress, a lot of, some of the games. These are not your typical ranked games where if you lose, that's fine. You lose a couple points in the ranked standings, but there's a lot of stakes right here. If you win this series, you have a chance at the $25,000 first place prize. So there's a lot of stakes, and with that it comes a lot of pressure. So I'm curious to see how they handle, especially this first matchup, which are some of the ones that we don't think that they have as much experience as maybe the others in Wins and Diurno.
All right, so once again, this first series, best of 3. Once that's done, we'll take a little break, and then we'll get into our second semifinal series from another best of 3. So let's get ready to strap in, settle in, and let's get ready to go here. Keep the comments coming. Thanks for joining us, whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. And we will be monitoring the chat. And let's get ready to go. So here we go. It is Clutch D against Wavy Turtle. Wavy Turtle is in the field, starting with Jose Barrios. And Bernie Williams is leading off for Clutch D.
I love seeing Jose Berrios here. This is a brand new Jose Berrios. 99 overall is the one I'm assuming he's using. We've never had a very good Jose Berrios like this. So on Clemente Day, nonetheless, we get to see that the Puerto Rican on the bump.
All right, so we have Craig Biggio, who first pitch swinging. That's a base hit up the middle. So Clutch D has his first base hit, and we have our first base runner.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Craig Biggio, it feels like. We saw it already in both lineups. He does have a lot of contact, position flexibility. He can play catcher, center field, second base. So I'm curious to see how he performs today.
And he's got 96 speed as Babe Ruth lifts one to right field just in front of the track, and it's caught. So there's 2 away. So with that 96 speed, Yayo, if you put a ball in the gap, Biggio has a good chance of scoring from first. Here's Chipper Jones.
Well, for sure, and I don't think we're going to see a lot of those, that Laughing Mountain will not be holding a lot of those back. So that one just missed it, but we'll see a lot of home runs coming up.
All right, this should end the inning, and it does. No score, 1 runner stranded after the Craig Biggio single. And we're going to the bottom of the first. So leading off is Jackie Robinson here for Wavy Turtle. Roy Halladay on the bump for Clutch D.
Going with his best pitcher, game 1. Again, best of 3 are very short series. Anything can happen. He's going with his workhorse, and I can't blame him.
And once again, you cannot use your starting pitcher. Since Roy Halladay, we're seeing him in game 1. We will not see him in game 2. Here's a grounder to third. Chipper Jones should have no problem, and there's 1 down.
Yeah, that's one of the toughest things about Roy Halladay, right? He has that sinker cutter, which are the meta pitches, but that sinker at 95 below the zone, you're gonna get the batter to get on top of that. He should get some ground balls.
All right, here's Babe Ruth, lifts one, shallow right field. And Babe Ruth retires Babe Ruth, and quickly there's 2 down. That'll bring up Henry Aaron.
And I just got that Henry Aaron card, like a couple of days ago. Yeah. I'm loving it. I am loving it.
As you can see, Wavy Turtle batting .584 with that card, and that ball is well struck. That's going to get down. That could be extra bases up against the wall, and it's a 2-out double for Henry Aaron. So the first time either one of these players put a runner in scoring position, and there's 2 down here in the bottom of the first, and that'll bring up the switch hitting Chipper Jones.
That was a great swing right there, able to turn on it and send it to the left center field gap. Great swing by Hank Aaron there.
Once again, I see some people in the chat over on Twitch. Phil, CKD, he's in my streams quite a bit. Good to see you, Phil. Kenneth Sims also is here. Baseball is Life. Thanks for your Baseball is Life 73. Thank you guys for joining us. As Chipper Jones, chopper to first. And this should end the inning. So a 2-out double is all for naught. And we're through 1 and no score. Yayo, I also see a lot of rage quitters and bunt dancers in the chat. Not going to mention names, but
I don't expect to see a lot of that in this tournament.
You know who you guys are. You know who you guys are.
Maybe that's why they're in the chat, right? And not playing? Is that why?
All right,
we're here, so there's not much I can say. But
Jose Barrios dealing with Hank Aaron. And the count is full as a payoff pitch from Barrios. And we'll do it again.
Yeah, he got Posada on deck. I'm curious because, you know, using the wild card on a switch hitting catcher, I absolutely love. Wavy Turtle decided to go Adley Rutschman at catcher, another switch hitting catcher. So I think at that point is more preference with the swing, but because both cards are great and both cards are a wild card.
All right, so a loud first out there, and that will bring up the aforementioned switch hitting catcher Jorge Posada, excuse me, with one down. 9 innings, legend difficulty, no creative players, no knuckleballers. So Matt Waldron, your services are not needed here, buddy.
I think players are happy about that.
Right. How about Posada swinging 3-0?
Green light early. I don't expect it. There's the walk. Yeah, it's early in the game. You want to see some patience. If you can get a free runner, you take it.
All right, so Clutch D. Remember, he was a late add to today's action because of a scheduling conflict with JoJo. And Mookie Betts, this is supercharged Mookie Betts, out in front, shallow fly ball, and there's 2 away.
And like you mentioned, I'm curious to see if that has an effect on him, right? Like he woke up today not knowing he was going to play, and then all of a sudden he probably got a message saying, hey, are you available for a chance at advancing to the grand finals? And, you know, that is probably not the same. I wonder how he's going to come out.
Yeah. Danny Fernando reminding everyone what I just said. You can't use created players in Diamond Dynasty anyways. Dynamite drop in, Danner. Appreciate you jumping in. And that is that's going to retire the side. So we go to the bottom of the second, and leading off, Fernando Tatis Jr.
And yeah, pitching winning so far. I don't know how much longer that's going to go for, but
I will say, Yayo, it is surprising that doing these events, I see 2 scoreless innings to start a game.
Yeah, that might be the first and last time we see it today. Once they get going, I'm expecting fireworks, but we'll see.
All right, so Roy Halladay on for his 3rd inning of work. He's ahead 0-2 to Fernando Tatis Jr. We're in the bottom of the second. Wavy Turtle is at the plate. His opponent, Clutch D, is in the field. Check swing. Did he go? He did not. So it's 1-2.
That's a great pitch right there. I expect probably a cutter outside right now to see if he chases.
No, he went back in there with another cutter, and Tatis was out in front, and we'll do it again.
He was ready for that one.
Good pitch there. I love that pitch combination. The cutter in and then follow it up with the splitter in the same kind of quadrant, but a little lower.
Yeah, he was attacking the inside part of the zone. He attacked it that time, but he was ready for it. Perfect single there from Adley Rutschman, who I mentioned earlier. But that was great pitching right there, because as a hitter, at some point you're thinking he has to go outside at some point. He has to go, and he just never came, so he wasn't able to get get a good swing on it.
All right, so back-to-back hits here in the bottom of the second for Wavy Turtle. And he's got something potentially cooking here with Corey Seager, the 8-hole hitter. He looks at a strike, and it's 0-1. First and second, 1 out in the bottom of the second.
Nope, that's a ball.
This is that second to last chase pack card, Corey Seager, 97 overall. And we all know every and any Corey Seager card is good because his swing and his quirks are there. So big moment here early in the game.
He was a little bit out in front on the cutter, and it count evens at 2-2. That is roped foul again, and the count remains at 2-2.
He's all over all those low and inside pitches. So there, yeah, I was going to say, you got to attack a different zone before coming back to it again. Full count.
The runners are going, and all of them are coming home. It's a 3-run homer for Corey Seager, and Wavy Turtle is on the board thanks to the 3-run blast.
That might have been 500 feet. And as I was saying, he was locked in on the inside pitches. He went one time, I saw, came back with the sinker inside. He just turned on it. What a great swing by Corey Seager there.
And here's a pretty good swing by Craig Biggio. Back-to-back homers here in the bottom of the second. Wavy Turtle flexing his offensive muscles, and it's 4-0.
That's such a great piece of hitting to go with it, with that cutter. We talked about Craig Biggio as Jackie.
Oh,
the
Jackie.
Surprise bunt.
Are we seeing bunt cheese? Are we seeing bunt cheeses in this wild card round?
We got long ball and small ball already. Love that.
All right, and Jackie
As he
Robinson
goes.
wreaking havoc on the base path. Throw down, not in time.
Yeah, we talked about Bijou and Jackie there, but you know, kind of like having that speed. And
Oh,
it's, yeah.
Babe Ruth. Mommy, no. Perfect destruction. It's a 2-run blast, and it's now 6-0 Wavy Turtle. And Yayo, for these games, there is a mercy rule component here.
Yeah, this is basically a regular ranked seasons game. So you know if the home team is up by 10 or more runs after the 4th inning, the game will be called. And we're approaching that that score already.
Because that's another homer to make it 7-0. And now we have a pitching change. It's out of position card Manny Machado, and it looks like he's going to get a fly ball from Chipper Jones.
Yeah, and we talked about, you know, we're not going to see a lot of back-to-back scoreless innings or, you know, half innings. Exactly. It didn't last long. Bottom of the 2nd here, a 7th spot.
All right, so Fernando Tatis Jr., a couple of current Padres facing off here. Machado, the out-of-position card as part of that series, taking on Fernando Tatis Jr., and that's another perfect. That is another home run. 106 off the bat. It's now 8-0 here. A huge offensive explosion in the bottom of the 2nd.
And that swing is so good. That was a slurve where it shrinks your PCI. And, you know, he didn't have to drop all the way down at the PCI. Those are the ones that we usually slam our PCI because it wasn't at the bottom of the strike zone. That was a great swing there by Tatis.
We see Scan is in the chat watching this one, our good buddy Scan. Hope you're doing great on this Sunday afternoon, Scan. As Ernie Banks will start the top of the 3rd with a base hit. As Clutch D, he's in chip away mode right now as Bernie Williams lifts one to center field.
0-1.
Yeah, and you got to see something here offensively, right? You got to score a couple runs. You don't want to go obviously down to the 8-0 in the bottom of the inning. So, you know, at least you got the top mid of the order, 2, 3, 4 coming up right now. Already a runner on first, only one out.
All right, there's a base hit up the middle, so Craig Biggio is aboard. So runners 1st and 2nd here in the top of the 3rd as Clutch D tries to climb his way back into this game 1 of this best of 3. Here's Babe Ruth, looks at a strike inside. It's 0-1.
This is the guy you wanted to play right now, right? This is Babe Ruth, the best hitter, you know, attribute-wise, at least in the game.
Out in front of that one. Yeah, I mean, one swing here from Babe Ruth, Yayo, and the game takes a different complexion.
Correct, and that's going to be a base hit. Not the big run, but, hey, one at bat at a time. And you got one run at a time. He's in there in a close play, but he got one across.
That play was much closer than I thought it would be. But a run does come across, and it's now 8-1. So Clutch D is on the board. And that'll bring up Chipper Jones. 1st and 2nd, 1 out. That's dotted up right there. That's Dottie Pippen.
And there's not much you can do with that pitch other than take it because that has, you know, double play written all over it.
Well, here's a can of corn as the center fielder squeezes it, and there's 2 down. That'll bring up Henry Aaron, whose job will be to try to extend this top of the 3rd. As he looks at a sinker in, it's 1-0. Nice slurve drops in to even the count. Aaron 0 for 1, ahead in the count. Well, now the count even at 2-2. All right, so the runners runners at 1st and 2nd will get a head start. And he walked him, so a 2-out walk loads the bases for Jorge Posada. Once again, same scenario, Yayo. One swing changes the complexion of the game.
Yeah, one swing brings him back right into the game to make it an 8-5 game. So let's see. This is a big spot early in the game. And I love that it's Jorge Posada, one of my favorite cards this year.
Instead, he's down to the count 0-2 as he's Fouled off a couple pitches. Spits on that one. It's 1-2. Barrios tried to go back in there. As you can see, the pitch count climbing in this inning. Pitch number 23. Fouled off again.
Decent speed at first as well, so a gap shot might score 3 as well.
All right, bases loaded. The merry-go-round will start right now. And that is going to get down for a base hit. That will bring home 2 runs as Jorge Posada makes this an 8-3 game here in the top of the third. This is a nice reply from Clutch D here.
Yeah, he needed a couple runs. He got 3 already. He's not done yet either, so, well, now
he is
but,
done now.
You know.
Little dribbler there by Mookie Betts, and that retires a side. But a good inning for Clutch D. After giving up 8 runs the previous half inning, he now replies with 3 of his own. But he's still down 8-3. 7, 8, 9 due up here for Wavy Turtle, starting with Ernie Banks.
And he already lost his Roy Halladay. He's in the bullpen already with Manny Machado, but he's going to need a couple scoreless innings, you know, because another big inning and he'll be 3 outs away from losing.
Yeah, that's a great point, because after what Wavy Turtle did in the bottom of the second, you know he's capable of hanging a big number here in this inning.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
As Manny Machado, the relief pitching card, on for his second inning of work. Came on in relief for Roy Halladay, who really got torched in that bottom of the second.
That was a great swing there, just a little bit early, but he doesn't feel like he's as comfortable against Manny Machado as he was against Roy Halladay. So that's very, very interesting there.
3.
Oh, swing and a miss. And Manny Machado, the relief pitcher, gets his first strikeout.
Ball.
And that'll bring up Corey Seager, who had a huge home run as part of that big second inning. Ropes that one foul.
There's just something about his swing. Like, it's one of those.
It's smooth.
That everybody likes it.
It is smooth as butter. And case in point, he's done it again. Corey Seager, second consecutive inning. He dials long distance. And it's now 9-3. And that'll bring up Craig Biggio. Biggio homered in his first at bat,
1-0.
as Wavy Turtle went back-to-back. And once again, he goes the other way. Another extra base hit for this Craig Biggio card. And Yayo, very similar swing.
I mean, safe to say he feels comfortable with Craig Biggio going to right field, right? Second, now second extra base hit of the game. He's in scoring position, no double play in order. He got top of the order now.
All right, so Jackie Robinson, who bunt his way on last time out.
Ball 2.
And he's ahead in the count, 2-0. And Paloman asking in the chat, why are we going from day to night? Because the different players have different perspectives for their game feed, right, Yayo?
Yeah, I believe there's like a little bit of a bug there with the friendlies. This is what we're playing as Jackie hits a ground ball to third for out number 2, but they pick their month and time, and that's the one that they're gonna see, and their opponent sees whatever they pick. So just a little bit of a bug in the game.
Stevie Mac and Cheesy says, check Corey Seager's bat. That thing is corked. All right, so we have a new pitcher.
Those were very good swings.
Yeah,
so.
very good swing. New pitcher here, another card from the out of position series. Reliever Charlie Blackmon. This is a decent card here, and he gets a strikeout here to end the inning.
Yeah, I will say the out of position cards, my brain is still trying to comprehend everything when they see it. It's just not connecting. But that Charlie Blackmon, I like it. Got that sinker cutter as well. Nice little his pitching motion as well. I like it.
All right, Corey Seager goes, or excuse me, Kyle Schwarber is going to serve one out in center field. So that's how we begin the 4th inning. So Clutch D trying to work his way back into this game. He's down 6, but he's got the leadoff runner Schwarber here to start the 4th, and the 9-hole hitter Ernie Banks, who's 1 for 1.
And in order for him to come back, he needs to start slowing down Wavy Turtle. 1 run there, it's a good inning. You take it. That's a win. You're only down 6. Now you got to come back and score a couple more.
Yeah. And a reminder, the mercy rule is in effect if there is a 10-run lead after the top of the 4th. So that is on the table right now, Yayo, depending on what Wavy Turtle and what Clutch D does do in this top of the fourth.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important for Clutch to score a few runs, because we know that these players can have those big innings, put up 6, 7. We saw it earlier. So you want to be able to just stay within range and keep fighting.
All right, so Bernie Williams 0 for 2. Looks at a ball inside, and the count goes full. I wonder if he starts the runner here at first. He does not. And Bernie Williams scorches one right center field. It's out of here. A 2-run blast. And now it's a 4-run game as Clutch D draws even closer.
I mean, I wish I could do that with Bernie. That was that no doubt animation, beautiful. And again, 2 runs already here in the top of the fourth. He's only down by 4, hanging around.
All right, so Craig Biggio grounds out to for the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up Babe Ruth as Clutch D down 9-5, batting in the top of the fourth. Clutch D's been out in front of several pitches so far in this game 1.
Yeah, he was a little late there on that sinker, but he's trying to turn on it. He knows that that's the power side. If it's inside, you want to be able to pull that for a home run, and that's exactly what they're looking for with those swings.
Okay, so we go to the bottom of the fourth. Once again, mercy rule is triggered if there's a 10-run lead after the top of the fourth. Right now, it's a 4-run deficit or 4-1 advantage for Wavy Turtle. If he scores 6 runs, correct me if I'm wrong,
it's game.
Then it's game.
Yep.
All right, so Charlie Blackmon facing Hank Aaron. Blackmon came on in relief in the third, got a strikeout, and he's starting the fourth here against Hank Aaron.
And most of the damage Wavy Turtle has done was against Roy Halladay, curiously, right? But, he's kind of slowed down after that. His swings are not, he doesn't look as comfortable at the beginning of the game.
All right, the count goes full. Payoff pitch from Charlie Blackmon. Got him. Big out number 1 for Charlie Blackmon. Second strikeout out of the bullpen for that out of position card. And now he has to deal with the switch hitting Chipper Jones. First pitch swinging. Ground ball. Ernie Banks over to first. And there's 2 down.
Those are huge outs. Again, you gave up 7 in the second inning. You're only down 4. Plenty of baseball left.
Fernando Tatis swings at a breaking pitch to start his at-bat, and it's fouled, and it's 0-1. Oof. Tell you what, he's got a good feel for this Blackmon card. He's dotted it up a couple of pitches since he's come out of the pen, and it's another strikeout. Second of the inning, third of the game, and through 4, Wavy Turtle is up 9-5. So we go to the 5th. Clutch D is going to have 4, 5, and 6 to start the 5th. Chipper Jones, a little dribbler second. Biggio flips to first, and there's 1 away.
Great job there by both Manny Machado and Charlie Blackmon, which is, again, it's weird for me to say Charlie Blackmon and Manny Machado on the bump, but they did, a flawless job so far. Yeah,
as you said, 2 out-of-position cards coming up big for their respective clubs. Meantime, Yayo, Jose Barrios, pitch number 73 as he faces Hank Aaron.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go much more than this. Maybe he'll get out of this inning and he's going to be looking into the bullpen. He's already at 73 pitches. We know that once that energy bar hits the yellow, that PCI for your opponent gets a little bit bigger, and there it is. He wants that lefty out of the pen. Give him a different look. But again, Barrios was about to start getting tired, but
Jorge Posada greets Paul O'Neill with a line drive home run. And Clutch D has now made it a 3-run ball game.
That's Posada for you. He's just so good every year.
Little backdoor cutter there from Paul O'Neill, and he's jumped out ahead of Mookie Betts. Grounder. Chipper Jones can't make the play. Ernie Banks deep in the hole, not in time. They gave him an error for that?
No,
I'm going to have to talk to the official scorer about that. But at any rate, now Yayo and guys in the control room could correct me if I'm wrong. We're seeing a lot of relief pitchers here in this, especially from Clutch D. We will not be able to see these same relief pitchers in game 2. Do I have that correct?
I think that's what it was as well with the bullpen guys. Bullpen cannot be used for back-to-back games in the best of 3. So we'll get word on that if we can. But I think that's what the rules state for this wildcard round.
All right, so that is going to end the inning. And it's now 9-6 if things have tightened up a bit here as we move into the middle portion of this game 1. Remember, best of 3. These players are playing on legend difficulty. Shout out to those of you in the chat that play on All-Star. I see you. Where are all my All-Star brothers and sisters in the chat? Don't be ashamed, guys. Don't be ashamed.
Yeah, All-Star Warriors. As long as you're a Warrior, it doesn't matter if it's an All-Star.
That's right. As Charlie Blackmon is working, I believe this is his 3rd inning of work, and he has been excellent. 3 strikeouts out of the bullpen and has really done a great job. My colleague at MLB Network, Steve Phillips, says one of the hallmarks of a good bullpen, not only can they hold a lead, but can they hold the deficit? And Charlie Blackmon has done just that.
Yeah, and in a big spot too, because he was down big early in the game, slowed down the bats a bit, and let him kind of start climbing back into the game is huge. And again, because it's a best of 3, right? So game 1 is extremely important. I don't know the stats of the game 1 winner, how many times they go on to win the series, but it has to be higher than whoever loses.
All right, so you can see some bullpen activity here. Ellie De La Cruz, another one of those out of position cards here, getting up, and it looks like we're going to see Ellie De La Cruz pretty quickly here. But bottom 5, Wavy Turtle is at the plate, and he starts this inning with Adley Rutschman, who sends one to the wall. It's a leadoff double for the switch-hitting catcher here to begin the bottom of the 5th, with Wavy Turtle batting with a 9-6 lead. Here's Ernie Banks.
That was another great swing there where we All-Star Warriors might typically slam our PCI. That one is just great control of just keeping the PCI high enough and just squaring that ball up.
Slam the PCI, you say? You're speaking my language, sir. Oh, good swing, but that's going to be foul. 107 off the bat, and the swing timing was good, but it was still almost 8 feet outside of the foul pole.
2 strikes.
And that comes in so slow after seeing 93-mile-an-hour sinkers. You got a 72-mile-an-hour changeup. It's a big speed differential there.
That one's roped foul, and we'll do it again. Another payoff pitch. Bottom 5, Ernie Banks.
And again, Charlie Blackmon is still out there doing his job still. Hasn't allowed a run. We'll see if he's the only one that can slow down Corey Seager, who's already 2 for 2 with 2 bombs. And he will. He will. Corey Seager, deep fly ball to center field. Runner will probably not advance. 65 feet. There it is. Leadoff double. He's still at second. Now 2 outs. Greg Biggio, bottom of the order, who's 2 for 2 again. So maybe Charlie Blackmon, it looks like Charlie is the only one that can slow down Wavy Turtle so far. Him and Manny Machado did good there. As we go to the 6th, so the mercy rule, it doesn't look like it's gonna be happening in this one. But Clutch is still gonna be needing some runs here in the top of the 6th. It's down by 3. Do we see that Ellie De La Cruz, he has that, four-seam sinker slider. He has that Craig Kimbrell pitching motion as well. One that we've seen for a few years. Deep fly ball to center field. That's going to be out number 1 here in the 6th. Bernie late on that slider. That slider came in at 96 miles an hour. That is a very hard slider. Tough to turn on that one. Pops it up. That's going to be out number 2. That's a quick 2 outs here from Ellie. I think we lost Roflo. Should be getting back in soon. There's Craig Biggio, fouls that one off. Now 0-2, and this will be a very quick inning from Ellie if he can get Craig Biggio out here. 101 taken for ball 1. And I personally haven't used that Craig Biggio a whole lot just yet, but it looks like I need to start using him a bit more. Seeing a lot of Craig Biggio in the God squads. We are old. He's been in the league for 13 years. Remember the good old days in Atlanta, right? So yeah, he's still out there battling. So that will do it. Top of the 6th. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. Wavy Turtle, even though his bat kind of slowed down because of Charlie Blackmon, he's slowing down Clutch as well.
Ball one's the count.
And Charlie Blackmon, again, no reason for him to take him out until he starts giving up some hits and runners and home runs. That will not be it. The center fielder tracks that one down. That's going to be out number 1. I think this is 27 pitches. What, in the 4th inning of work from Charlie Blackmon? He's facing Babe Ruth. There's that changeup that it can be tough to time up. Weak fly ball to center field for Babe Ruth, out number 2, and MVP of the game so far is Charlie Blackmon. If you're Clutch, he's allowing you to hang around the game.
Ball 1.
Getting word that Roflo is he's connecting in the next few minutes. Little technical difficulties over there, but that will do it for Charlie Blackmon. Amazing performance out of the pen. And now he's going to the Mariano Rivera, 99 overall Mariano Rivera. It's usually one of the best relievers in the game every single year. This time we got him in season 3. Some pause in the action there. Right. He wanted to bring that Mariano Rivera against Hank Aaron, righty-righty. I think that's a good time. Probably Charlie Blackmon is also getting tired at some point, I'm assuming. He had 30-something pitches or closing in on 30 pitches. So huge performance out of the pen there.
Nope. Ball 4.
Changeup taken for ball 4. That's going to be a 2-out walk. That's what you don't want to see. We got Chipper Jones now. And it's going to be a grounder, but the play will be made when we're going to the 7th. Score 9-6, Wavy Turtle up by 3. Still up, but has not been able to extend that lead. Got Ellie de la Cruz now, still on the bump. That 94-mile-an-hour backdoor slider. Call ball, though. There's that slider. He did not miss that one. Babe Ruth goes perfect, dead center field. Over the batter's eye, and we got ourselves a 9-7 game and 493. That was a bomb, and that's what I was saying. Why that Charlie Blackmon, performance out of the pen was huge. It allowed him to stay within, to avoid the mercy rule, and still be within range. And he's gonna go back-to-back perfect. Babe Ruth and Chipper Jones and make this a 9-8 game. And we got ourselves a brand new ball game. And now we're going to get to see another Mariano Rivera on Hank Aaron, very similar to what we saw in the bottom of the 6th from Wavy Turtle, or from Clutch facing Wavy Turtle. But now we're going to get to see the other way. Same matchup. Two of the best, one of the best hitters against one of the best relievers. That's going to be a deep fly ball to right field. That's going to be called for out number 1. Got Posada, who's 2 for 2 so far, representing the tying run at the plate. That's what I was saying earlier. Plenty of baseball left. He avoided the mercy rule, slowed down the bats. Roy Halladay just, didn't work out for him this game 1, but it was still early in the game. And these players are so good that they can, they can bounce back even after giving up 6 or 7 runs in 1 inning. Posada takes that for strike 2. Full count now. Posada against his former teammate goes deep to right field. That ball's deep and gone. Third home run of the inning. Third run of the inning. And we got ourselves a tied ball game. Tied at 9 as Posada goes deep. And here we go. Now, Wavy Turtle still has the advantage of being the home team as Mookie grounds one short. But tie ball game, he got the pressure now. Had a big lead and was not able to hold on to it. Change up taken there for strike 1. Got this new Jackie Robinson. He extends his zone, swinging at that fastball out of the zone, but foul ball. No damage done there. And again, if you're clutch right now, you're feeling good. You tie the game up. You know in your mind that you can slow down Wavy Turtle as he hits a little blooper over the second baseman. That's going to be a single. But you know that you're also the road team. You're gonna need to have the advantage. You're gonna need to have the lead going into the bottom of the 9th once he gets there. And this is a good time to do it. Ernie Banks hitting out of the 9th spot. Takes that sinker there for strike 1. Little chopper to short. That should do it. That will do it for Wavy Turtle hitting the top of the 7th, but not before Clutch ties it up with 3 solo bombs. Brand new ball game. And let's see how Wavy Turtle responds to that. He's still facing that Mariano Rivera. He got Fernando Tatis at the plate. See, that fouls that slider off.
That's a ball.
5, 6, 7 here in the bottom of the 7th.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Mariano is a completely not, a little bit of a different perspective after Charlie Blackmon. Righty, but he still has that sinker cutter. Meta pitches, we know that as Tatis grounds that one to third for out number 1. He got Adley Rutschman, who doubled and single already. In this game, he's 2 for 3.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Cutter taken for ball 1. And that's that pitch that we're going to be seeing a lot. We're going to be seeing a lot of tunneling, cutter, sinkers inside from Mariano to the lefties. That was the changeup. Great swing by Wavy Turtle and Adley Rutschman. And he's going to bounce back with a solo bomb from Adley Rutschman, who's a triple shy of the cycle now. 3 for 4. Going to give Wavy Turtle the lead. 10-9 ball game. All right, here we go. Roflo should be joining us in a few minutes. Got some power issues as Ernie Banks smoked one foul though. 3.5 feet out, a foul, but he's gonna go to right field now. Will this one stay fair? It will. He's gonna curve back into field, and that's gonna be his 2nd home run of the inning. And he answers back with 2 solo shots here in the bottom of the 7th to get the lead right back.
Ball 1.
You're seeing this Riley Green, who has that another out of position card. He has that Aroldis Chapman delivery. Not the same pitch repertoire though, so it can be a little confusing. I know it was for me at least. It really wasn't for Corey Seager there, as he put a great swing on that sinker, but will not be deep enough there to track that one down in the.
Well, sorry, Yayo. I apologize. Sorry about that.
Hey,
It's all good. Shout out to Optimum. Appreciate it, guys. Keep killing it. Keep killing it. All right, so it looks like we are in the bottom of the. Wow, things have changed dramatically since my technological snafu, huh?
Yeah, we got Clutch, who's battling. He had 3 home runs in the top of the 7th to tie it, and then Wavy Turtle woke up again with 2 runs here in the bottom of the 7th. Now a 2-run lead again.
We're in the bottom of the 7th here. And that is down the line for Craig Biggio. Looks like they're going to keep him to 1, though. And it will extend the inning.
And I think, you know, that Charlie Blackmon performance out of the pen gave Clutch a chance here. And he's going to try to steal and bunt, but it will not work as he pops it up to the pitcher for out number 3. And that was the second time we've seen Jackie Robinson trying to do a little bit of surprise bunt there. Did not work that time. Bernie Williams now top of the order here for Clutch. Top of the 8th. He needs some runs. He will not get that one to fall with Bernie Williams. Shallow fly ball to center field for out number 1.
All right, so Craig Biggio, 2 for 4. Mariano Rivera is trying to preserve this lead here.
And this is, both of them have used Mariano Rivera here. He's done decent, but he's already in the mid-20s. This is his 24th pitch, and there's Craig Biggio going to right field again. This time won't be enough, though.
Car definitely can hit the other way nicely.
Yeah, got enough power, 94 power there with Craig Biggio, and he got that 123 contact after the, you know, the attribute boost, the parallel level. So that 94 is more than enough. Beginning though here, because if you're Clutch, you're already down 2. You want to be able to score a run or 2, start that 2-out rally here, and you know you're gonna have to go with the lead into the bottom of the 9th as the road team. It's almost too easy for them to score. So even if you go tight into the bottom of the 9th, might not be enough.
Ooh.
Check swing, call strike there.
Yeah, and Wavy Turtle's going to be able to add on here, or at least has the potential to put up a big number in this inning.
Yep. Yeah, and he's looking for some insurance runs. He's facing that Riley Green, which, you know, he has that Chapman motion, different pitches though. He got 2, 3, 4. This is the perfect part of your lineup that you want if you're a Wavy Turtle.
It looked like early on that, Babe Ruth leans into one.
Yep. That's Babe. That's Babe, and that's some insurance runs right there. So that's going to give Wavy Turtle a 3-run lead. Going to be facing Jose Trevino. Clutch bringing Jose Trevino out of the pen here in the bottom of the 8th. It will not matter. Hank Aaron's going to go perfect. They're going to go back-to-back home runs. And now up by 4, Wavy Turtle is.
You know that Wavy Turtle can explode for a crooked number very easily.
Yeah, he had that big inning. We saw it earlier in the game. I think it was the 2nd inning. And he showed that he could do it. And, you know, he kind of slowed down after seeing Charlie Blackmon there. But another few runs there. He's still putting up 13. Only 1 out here in the 8th. So, you know, 15 runs in a game is pretty good.
On the Legend? Yeah, I think that'll work. That'll work.
Great swing there, but right at Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth will track that one down. That's going to be out number 4. And Adley Rutschman, triple shy of the cycle. Just throwing it out there. Might not have the speed, but
yeah, maybe
see.
Get the funky bounce somewhere along the way.
And this is a stadium to do it. It's 420 to center field. They got some corners there in right center and left center. So 3-0 though. Maybe he doesn't want to give up that cycle here in game 1 of the wild card phase.
In the meantime, count runs full. It's 3-2. Jose Trevino gets him to chase. And that should end the inning. The Clutch D needs at least 4 to extend this game 1 further. Meantime, Wavy Turtle on the brink of taking game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, big moment there. Big insurance runs. You know, he got 2, extending the lead to 4. It feels like a lot more than that. But Clutch battled. He's been battling. He's hung around the whole game after being down 7 early in the game. So let's see. Still not done. Going to facing that Mark McGuire with the Rob Nan delivery.
And McGuire dealing with 4, 5, and 6 here from Clutch D. Remember, he needs 4 to extend. Instead, Chipper Jones goes down swinging for a big out number 1. Here's Hank Aaron.
0 for 3 for Hank Aaron. I don't know if we're gonna see this. You know, I don't think we're gonna see this the rest of the day. He's due.
Yeah, that's a great point. This card in the middle of the order. Not very often that it'll go 0 for 3, especially players of this caliber.
That changeup just caught way too much of the play. That's down the middle. They're just not gonna miss those pitches very often. So 1 out single. Clutch is still with some life there.
Yet.
You got Jorge Posada, 3 for 3.
Nocturne Zombie says, put it on All-Star and take away the mercy rule. Nocturne Zombie, we would be here until Wednesday.
Yeah. You think your internet can handle all that until Wednesday?
No, it could not. I guarantee you it could not.
Here's Mookie. Last chance for Clutch. 2 outs. Gonna be fastball. He's gonna go to right field. It will not be enough.
And that's it. That's all. The Wavy Turtle takes game 1 of this best of 3 series. Clutch D on the verge of getting mercy ruled early in this game. They're able to stave off that and kind of make things close. But ultimately, it's Wavy Turtle that takes game 1 of this best of 3. What jumped out at you there from this victory here from Wavy Turtle as we get ready for game number 2?
I mean, big performance there in the second inning. He scored 7 against Roy Halladay. I know it was a favorite player, I think, for Clutch. Brought in his workhorse for game 1. It did not work out. So we're going to see how he's able to bounce back here for game 2. Obviously, a must-win situation in a best of 3 series.
Yeah, and he will be now. Clutch will be. I'm almost certain he's going to be the home team. So we'll see right away as we take a look at some of the highlights. And it started early for Wavy Turtle. This is a big second inning. I believe he scored 8 runs in the second inning, and then he kept rolling with Jorge Posada. Actually, this is Clutch D, who rallied and actually closed the gap to a 1-run game and tied it.
Yeah, that's the tying home run for Jorge Posada. He probably was feeling good at that point, right? After being down big in the game, he was able to battle back, but at the end, it was just too much. And that's that Adley Rutschman that gave Wavy Turtle the lead, and he just never looked back after that. Yeah,
that Adley Rutschman card finished a triple shy of the cycle. Ernie Banks going the other way. As you can see, at the time, it was a 10-9 game. But in the bottom of the 7th, Wavy Turtle was really able to extend the lead, and that continued as Babe Ruth left on left off out of position. Riley Green and Hank Aaron. Every Hank Aaron card, Yayo, has tremendous power the other way.
Yeah, the power, the swing, that lefty bomb from Babe Ruth was amazing as well, and in a big spot too. So big game 1 win there by Wavy, putting up 13 in the game. Good start for him.
Now, Clutch D, obviously in a must-win situation, how important do you think it is that he scores first or controls at least an early portion of the game?
I think it's very important. Obviously, you want to get off. He wasn't able to get off to a good start, Clutch, in game 1. Wavy, now, on the other hand, he's going to be the road team. So he's going to have a chance to put the immediate pressure on Clutch. He's already feeling the pressure after, being down 1 in the best of 3. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm curious to see how Wavy comes out here in game 2. And obviously the pitching matchup, that should play a role as well.
All right, so game 2 coming up here between Wavy Turtle and Clutch D. The winner of this best of 3 series advances to next week Grand Circuit Finals with a chance to play for $50,000 plus in cash prizes. But still, game 2 right around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to yell at my internet service provider, and we'll be ready for game number 2. Stay with us.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming. where we can all experience exciting esports moments
The final 1v1 of the game here.
and celebrate the pros and the rising stars,
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
bringing you guides and deep dives
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
and tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match
Back, let's go.
or watching along at the edge of your seat,
A duo taking down a trio.
let's create moments from the games you love.
He'll take it.
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your one-way ticket to Team Affinity and beyond. We're coasting into sunny San Diego, California to celebrate Mr. Padre himself and the 25th anniversary of his 3,000th hit. And while we're on the Team Affinity Highway, say hello to the brand new action figure card series. And finally, choose your exit wisely because we got too many good things on the horizon. A burrito with French fries. I'm in.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Climbs the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
Welcome back to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series Wild Card Round alongside Yayo. I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. Yayo, we're in between Game 1 and Game 2 of the best-of-3 series between Wavy Turtle and Clutch D. That is about to get underway as that series has a chance to be potentially closed out. How far along are you in Season 3 of MLB The Show 24? Where are we at? What are we talking about here?
I just got Hank Aaron this I think a couple of days ago. Okay. I took advantage of the double XP weekend that we're having.
Yes.
So that I'm glad I did because I wanted my hands on that Hank Aaron. Obviously Clemente that came out on Friday as well.
Well, be sure to get your hands on the Hank Aaron card. Take advantage of that double XP weekend. It's the out of position cards that are featured in Season 3 and just revealed over the weekend on Friday, a 99 Corbin Carroll Lightning card. That is definitely something you want to get your hands on for Season 3 and MLB The Show 24. I like the out of position series cards. You know, I like seeing Ellie De La Cruz with that Craig Kimbrell lineup and Bob Gibson as a switch hitting catcher. I like it. It's a nice little wrinkle for late in the season.
And the card art, though. I mean, shout out to the card art team that they do it again. They did it again over there in Sony San Diego Studios because that card art is so clean. It's fun. It's fun. And this is the right time to try it out as well. This is the first time we've had it in MLB The Show. So if you were going to try it out, perfect timing.
All right. So once again, we are about to start Game 1 between Wavy Turtle and Clutch D. If Wavy Turtle wins this game, then he advances to next weekend's Grand Circuit Finals for a chance to play for $50,000 in cash prizes. Of course, Clutch D, Yayo, trying to win Game 2 to force a deciding Game 3.
Yeah, and, both of the players, we haven't seen them make a big run necessarily late in these kinds of tournaments, but we know that one of them is guaranteed to play in that grand finals. Like you mentioned, over 50,000 in grand prizes, 25,000 to the first place. So there's a lot at stake. Clutch, again, he's going to have to bounce back here in Game 2 and force Game 3.
And real quick, something that we touched on in the latter stages of Game 1, Yayo, the relief pitchers that we saw used from both players in Game 1, they cannot be used in Game 2. They can in Game 3, but say, for instance, Wavy Turtle had great success with the Manny Machado card. Clutch D had great success with the Charlie Blackmon out-of-position relief pitcher card. We can't see those cards in Game 2.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting as well because it takes some strategy now. We saw both of Mariano Rivera's used for both players as well, so we shouldn't see Mariano Rivera here in Game 2 for either. So I'm curious to see how they handle the bullpen. Obviously, that tells us that there's a lot of weight on the starting pitchers here early.
Yeah, so Laughing Mountain is the place for this Game 2, same place as Game 1. Wavy Turtle will be the visiting team. Clutch D needing a win to force a deciding Game 3. He will be the home team. Oh, who's wearing these nice Seattle Mariner throwback uniforms? Is that Clutch or is that Wavy?
It looks like it's the home team, so it looks like it's Clutch.
Okay,
I like it. We had both players at white unis for Game 1. It was a little weird, but now they both have bluish uniforms, but we can tell them apart a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. If I get matched up with someone in a ranked game or event or BR, and my opponent, I'm the home team, and he's wearing home whites, I'm going to judge you harshly.
Yes.
So,
and rightfully so.
Clean it up.
So I think we have every right. We have every right. It's baseball 101. As the road team, you have to wear some color.
That's right. That's right, Dwayne. Dwayne in the chat says that person's a ham and egger. You're absolutely right, Dwayne. Clean it up. Get your home whites on. Get your road blues or the road grays or whatever you want. All right, so here we go. Once again, Clutch D. He's starting with, how about Todd Helton? He's the out-of-position card series facing Jackie Robinson, and Robinson lifts one. But it's going to fall short of the wall, so allowed out number 1 for Wavy Turtle.
And brand new Todd Helton, I think this is the first time I'm seeing him.
Me too.
I'm curious to see what that windup is like. It has some Tom Glavine, but it's not Tom Glavine. Maybe some outlighter, maybe because he's a lefty. It feels, it brings back those names to me, but
I think it is. I think it is a Tom Glavine lineup. Windup, excuse me.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those, again, pitch repertoire. He has that cutter as well, 99 overall. He should, Here's maybe, you know, we saw Charlie Blackmon, a lefty, did well in game one. So maybe it's like, let's go with the lefty.
Yeah, true. All right, meantime, Babe Ruth has run the count full. Payoff pitch from Todd Helton went upstairs, but just missed. Good AB there by Babe Ruth and Wavy Turtle, and that'll bring up the dangerous Hank Aaron.
Ball inside.
Yeah, Wavy Turtle, like I mentioned, up 1-0 here in the best of 3. If he can put up some runs here in the first and put some pressure on Clutch, it would be huge. And you know, he's putting up some decent swings here. He's taking some good pitches as well. Good at bats.
I see Frosty 19 in here in the chat. That is perfect rip down the line. Babe Ruth is going to head for third. Hank Aaron is in with a 1-out double. So runners at second and third here for Wavy Turtle in this game too. For those of you just joining us, I know Phil in the chat says he just stepped away. Who won game one? Well, first of all, Wavy Turtle won game one, but if you're ever unclear about where you're at in the status of the series, you can look in the upper left-hand corner. That tells you the game of the series. So this is game 2 of the best of 3. Then in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the name of the players, and those dots will indicate who is leading in the series. So Wavy Turtle won game 1. He has that white box checked. And if he closes this game out, if he wins this one, he will advance to next weekend's grand finals.
He's putting up some pressure here already. 2 runners in scoring position. He got Chipper Jones. He looks like he feels comfortable against his Todd Helton. He just missed that one, but that should bring in 1 run at least, and he's put him on the board here early.
I think that's if you're Clutch. Ooh, they did not send him. Okay. Now you do have Babe Ruth there. I would say mid-speed.
Yep.
But here's Fernando Tatis Jr. is going to try to get those runners home with 2 down.
Yeah, maybe he just got a little bit of a late jump and wanted to make sure he didn't want to run himself out of the inning, which is smart. You're still a base hit away from scoring 2. So if he wasn't sure, it's a good thing he sent him back.
Phil asking about the wild card slots. Wild card slots are available, Phil. I honestly don't know if the players have used all of their slots, as that's a big strikeout to end the inning. Wow, that could be proved to be very pivotal as Clutch D is able to work his way out of trouble in the top of the first.
Yeah, that was big. He had a couple of chances of scoring, especially with that deep fly ball for a sacrifice fly. Escaping that first inning scored is big, and now he's facing Roy Halladay, which it didn't work out for him in game 1, but we'll see how he can use him in this game too.
All right, so apparently, the starting pitchers, you can bring them back, but the bullpen pieces, we were told you cannot bring in consecutive games. There's a base hit up the middle for Craig Biggio, and it's a 1-out knock here in the bottom of the first for Clutch D. As Clutch D found himself inserted in today's competition at the last minute. JoJo was all set to take part, had a scheduling conflict. So because that changed the bracket, Clutch D found himself in today's action, taking on Wavy Turtle. Still to come, Weems against Diurnal in the second semifinal series.
And that one should be a ton of fun. 2 of the best players in the world. Yeah, I'm ready for that one as well.
Sean of Detroit, thanks for joining us. He's often in my streams here. Appreciate him checking in. Babe Ruth. This one's not going to get out of the infield. And there's 2 away. Yeah, both talking about that second semifinal series that's going to come later. Yayo, Weems and Diurnal. These 2 guys, as this should end the inning. And it will. Both of those guys can go into next weekend's 8-person field and run the table. They are that good, that talented. They could win the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And everybody knows that. They've been there as well. That experience that we talked about earlier. They're still young, so they're going to have that energy as well to go in for the long games. And this game is off to a very similar start to game 1. Scoreless first. We talked about this wouldn't be like this for much longer, and we had a big second inning from Wavy Turtle. Let's see if we can have another big second inning here in game 2.
Yeah, Wavy Turtle in game 1. He scored 8 runs in the second inning. He would love to do the same, or at least come close to that in game 2.
1 strike.
Banks is ahead in the count 3-1. Fouls that one off. And the count goes full. Payoff pitch. Ooh, got him. Nasty cutter from Todd Helton. First strikeout of the game. And there's one away.
Ball down.
Big game 1 there for Adley, but strikes it, you know, get the strikeout here in the second. Again, it looked like he was feeling comfortable with Todd Helton. He hasn't been able to do much damage though. Still, you know, no runs across. Ernie Banks hitting 7th now. Here, try to start the offense for Wavy Turtle.
Ooh, looks at a slider at the knees that evens a count at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 from Helton. Got him. Second strikeout of the inning for the Todd Helton card, and quickly there's 2 down.
Corey Seager, we had a big game in game 1. We know he can go lefty-lefty. He had 2 home runs. See if we can get that 2-out rally going for Wavy Turtle. I think like it's important to get off to a hot start, get that lead, like early lead. Like that's what we saw in game 1. You know, Wavy got off to an early lead, big lead as well, and Clutch had to fight back, was able to hang around, just not be able to pull it off at the end.
Corey Seager, a couple of extra base hits in game 1. Batting with 2 down here in the top of the second. Washed in the chat has a good point about this Todd Helton card. It looks like he's got the Andy Pettitte wind up. That's a good call, Washed.
Andy Pettitte, that, yep.
Here's a shallow
haven't
fly
seen Andy
ball.
Pettitte since. I was gonna say I haven't seen Andy Pettitte since season 1. Looks like it's been forever. That's a good call.
So Todd Helton strikes out a couple and gets Seager to fly out to end the inning. As Clutch D now has a chance here, 5, 6, and 7 against Roy Halladay. Sends one deep, right center field, but playable. As Tatis Jr. squeezes it, and there's one away. That'll bring up Jorge Posada, the switch hitting catcher.
It's weird to see Hank Aaron get out like we saw he went. I think he went 0 for 4 in game 1. Lazy fly ball there, and he's hitting 5th in the lineup. Obviously, Hank Aaron cards, we know how good they are, but Clutch hasn't done much with it.
0-2 is the count.
Posada's down on the count, 0-2. Able to fight that one off, and that's going to land for a base hit. It's going to roll all the way to the wall as Tatis Jr. cannot cut it off. So it's a 1-out double for Jorge Posada.
Big. This is big, and you know, against Roy Halladay, you want to be able to score. Get on the board first, and then keep battling. That won't do it as he rolls one over with Mookie.
Yeah, supercharged Mookie Betts grounds out to short, and there's 2 away. That'll bring up Kyle Schwarber, a 98 card. Obviously does major damage against righties. But not the damage he was looking for, if any. That's going to end the inning. Posada left stranded at second. We're scoreless through 2 here in game 2.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a pitcher's duel, huh? Who would have thought?
Tell you what, I have never seen a pitcher's duel in one of these events. Never. The players are too good.
Pitcher's duel lasts about an inning or 2. We're 2 innings of pitcher's duel. Let's see how much longer that goes on for.
As Craig Biggio slaps one the other way, and the 9-hole hitter starts the 3rd inning with a base hit.
Again, Wavy Turtle with Craig Biggio going to right field. If I'm Clutch, I'm just not pitching away to Craig Biggio.
Go top of the order, Jackie Robinson. Line drive caught by the left fielder. And there's one away.
That's a pretty decent swing there by Jackie. Just didn't have the exit velocity he needed to hit the gap. That would have found the gap that Craig Biggio would have 100% scored as Babe Ruth. Beautiful swing there to go with it. Now, men on 1st and 2nd with just 1 out.
Yeah, so Babe Ruth, after walking in the 1st inning, gets a base hit the other way here in the 3rd, and that'll bring up the dangerous Hank Aaron, who's 1 for 1. Good change of speeds there by Helton. He's ahead in the count, 0-2. Went back to that same pitch, but Aaron spit on it.
Nope, inside. Ball
And
two.
we've seen Wavy Turtle go to right field with the righties. So we can see Clutch just staying inside on the righties this time.
Great eye by Wavy Turtle. Payoff pitch, runners on the move. Aaron swings away. It's going to stay in the park. And that is caught at the wall by Bernie Williams. Runner will tag as Biggio tags and heads to third. And there's runners at the corners, 2 down, and that'll bring up Chipper Jones.
He just got a little bit under it and on the late side of good. And the ballpark held it. That's a deep, deep left center field wall there in Laughing Mountain, but he just missed that one.
Sean asking, was Clemente eligible for this event? I believe he was, Yayo.
Yep, I believe he's a season 3 card from the new program that dropped on Friday. He has his own program. He's the last card. Yeah, the thing with Clemente is that he has that it's a Chipper Jones draws the walk. He has a high contact. The power's in mid-90s. Not everybody likes his swing. I know I do.
Yeah.
You know, but we're not seeing captains here. But he does fit that O'Neal Cruz captain boost that will give him an extra few ticks in power. But yeah, we haven't seen Clemente just yet. Bases loaded though. Deep fly ball.
And Tatis Jr. flies out to end the inning. So once again, Clutch D able to escape trouble. And we've seen that a couple of times already in the early stages here of this game too.
Yeah, and if you're Clutch, you're pitching well, right? Scoreless first 3 innings. You need runs. And that's how you start the inning to get some runs. Perfect from Ernie to right field. Top of the order. Got to make sure you put up a couple runs here.
All right, so we go top of the order, and Bernie Williams is going to slap one the other way. That's going to be a fair ball. Runner will head to third, and it's second and third, no one out. Clutch D threatening here in the bottom of the third. Now they'll bring up Craig Biggio. Once again, opposite field. Will it stay fair? It does not. Wow. Just missed.
Yeah, that was a good swing. That was close. And Craig Biggio, tough guy to double up with that high 90 speed as well.
That's a ball.
Was able to hold up on the curveball. He's down in the count 1-2. Broke his bat. This is going to bring home the run. Could be trouble. Flip to Halladay in time, but the run does score, and Clutch D leads here 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, after that curveball, that 96-mile-an-hour sinker probably looked like it was coming in at 150 miles an hour. That's why he was late. Bringing in the defense in, you know, Wavy Turtle he doesn't want to allow another run. They got Babe Ruth at the plate.
The infield is in. Oh, nice stop. The throw. Oh, he didn't. Wow. It was a nice stop by Babe Ruth. He pump faked home, but ultimately didn't step on the bag. Everyone is safe.
It looks like the throw cancel there did not worked out for him. And the defense, bringing the defense in, had, you know, Babe Ruth have to dive to make the play. It would have been playing back. It would have made that play routinely, but everybody's safe, running the corners, 1 out. You got Chipper. You have to take advantage of this situation.
All right, so Chipper Jones is ahead in the count, 2-1. Runners at the corners.
Ball 3.
Looks like the defense is double play depth, even with the bag. Ooh, swing and a miss. Count runs full. Wonder if they start Babe Ruth. They do not. Fouled off, and we'll do it again. Big pitch here.
No, that's a ball.
Good take.
And he walked him. So Chipper Jones draws a walk, and that'll bring up Hank Aaron. Bases loaded.
We talked about Hank Aaron's struggles so far this series for Clutch. This is a big moment. He can just make us all forget about his struggles.
Yeah, I think he might. I think he's looking for his first hit with this card so far in this series. That is going to be a hit, and what a big hit. Hank Aaron, grand slam, home run. And Clutch D out to a 5-0 lead here in a game that he has to have.
Right on cue. We will forget about the struggles with Hank Aaron out of the 5-hole there. Grand slam, big inning, and that's what I was talking about. Clutch needed a big inning after holding on Wavy Turtle to no runs through the first 3 innings. Big 5 spot here.
Jorge Posada steps in with a 5-0 lead here as Clutch D has opened it up here in the bottom of the 3rd. Out in front of that splitter, it's 1-2.
It almost feels like the exact opposite of game 1, right? The
Yeah.
same game, but for the opposite opponents now. Wavy was up
Fights
big.
that one off.
Now
That
Clutch
one is going to fall. 1 out base hit. As is that Jackie Robinson running into the stands for no reason?
He didn't like that he didn't get to it.
Yeah.
But hey, don't play in order. You can still get out. And we also saw that 7-8 run lead. It's still doable.
Correct.
Still hang
Correct.
around, right?
I mean,
So,
That's a ball.
it's not out of the realm of possibilities that you're going to need to score double digits to win this game, no matter who you are.
yeah. You need 12 plus runs every game to have a chance.
Yeah.
Like we've seen it, That's why, game 1, Clutch ended up with, I believe it was 9
good
runs.
sinker at the knees. Rings them up for out number 2. Ant Fig asking, I wonder if these guys have their gamer diapers on. I don't know if they do, Ant Fig, but I do. We could be here a while. And we could be looking at a game 3. But still a lot of baseball left to be played as Clutch D has a 5-0 lead. He's down in the series. Oh, Kyle Schwarber went up and got that one, but it is going to find the stands.
Did not know about the gamer diapers.
Yeah, I wasn't aware.
Look into it.
Babe Ruth goes to second instead of stepping on the bag. And it was Babe Ruth's defense which played a big part in that inning. That opened the door for Hank Aaron to hit a grand slam. That's part of the reason Clutch D has a 5-0 lead here as we move to the 4th. He's got Todd Helton on the mound, 6, 7, and 8 here in the top of the 4th, starting with Adley Rutschman.
If you're Wavy Turtle, you have to do the same thing Clutch did, right? Just start battling back, score a run here or there, put a couple zeros on the pitching side of things, because this game can get out of hand quickly too, right? We saw Clutch put up 5. He can put up 5 another in the next inning and game's over, right? So you don't want that. You want to be able to put up some runs, and Adley will take care of that.
Adley Rutschman puts a charge into that one. It's a leadoff homer here in the 4th, and it's now a 5-1 game as Wavy Turtle is on the board for the first time in game 2.
Yeah, that Adley ass Ernie smokes one perfect down the line. That's going to be a double. He's going to hold him at. No, he's sending
going
him
to
to
test
second.
him.
Close play.
The throw is, now they got him hung up between 1st and 2nd. Dive back to, wow, they didn't apply the tag. And then Banks gets up, seemingly heads to 2nd, and is tagged out anyway.
I think they were both confused. He had him run. He was running him back to
What
first.
in the world?
He tried to send him, but the base runner had the sliding animation. All sorts of chaos there, but all that to say that it wasn't out.
Everyone's pets' heads are falling off. So a big out number 1 because Yayo. Remember the leadoff homer from Rutschman. Then right after that, you get what looked to be a double, and instead he ends up getting caught in a rundown and is tagged out, and now there's 1 away.
Man, I didn't think he was going to send him to second. The ball was hit way too hard. You know that the outfielders are going to have good arms. It was just a weird send. So he tried to send him back, but it was too late.
Wow, man. Jeez, there's another perfect connection there. Corey Seager. Look, this lineup is stacked, Yayo, that Wavy Turtle is throwing out. And all of these players are going to have stacked lineups. They're all God squads. But Wavy Turtle really excels with Corey Seager and Craig Biggio. And Adley Rutschman. Those 3 seem to be kind of the engine there, or the elements that drive that engine offensively.
Yeah, they have big game 1. And sometimes when they build their lineup, as Craig Biggio draws a walk, when they build their lineup, they know who they feel comfortable with, right? So having that Craig Biggio in the 9th spot, followed by Jackie, there's a lot of speed. They're both righties, but high contact, high clutch, decent power. It might not be maxed out power like Babe Ruth, but 90 plus power is more than enough.
Now, one thing to keep an eye on, Yayo. Todd Helton is about to throw his 72nd pitch here in the top of the 4th. So we're going to get into that bullpen. Wavy Turtle has done a really good job of driving up the pitch count. He has drawn multiple walks, drew one just a moment ago. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and Todd Helton has done good. But again, that 80, once they hit 80, that's when you start seeing some yellows in that energy. And you know you can't go for much longer after that.
And we are going to have a pitching change, and it'll be Elly De La Cruz, with everybody saying Elly De La Cruz. Yeah. All right, so runners first and second. Oh, runners are off, and it is foul. How about this? Bringing Elly De La Cruz in the middle of an at-bat. Full count, runners off again.
And you don't see that often. But
I'm not a fan.
You probably saw the yellow energy bar there as Jackie pops one up to right field. Sending the runners there. He's trying to stay out of the double play. He will stay out of the double play because it was a fly ball to right. But again, a lot of speed at first. Gap shot here will score 2.
And there is a shot down the line. Bounces up against the wall. 1 run will score. They'll hold the runner at third as Babe Ruth makes it now a 5-2 game. Tying run at the plate in the form of Hank Aaron, whose counterpart hit a grand slam.
I think he learned his lesson there, not sending the runner to second.
Yeah.
Just hold him at first, get to live another day. He gave up, that was basically a free out. Wonder what the inning would look like. He still has 2 runners or 2 runs across and time run at the plate.
So this game can change dramatically with 1 swing. Instead, the bat remains on the shoulder. Elly De La Cruz, a big strikeout to end the inning. So we go to the bottom of the 4th. New score, it's 5-2. Halladay out to start this bottom of the 4th, dealing with Ernie Banks, the 9-hole hitter.
Yeah, but again, if you're Wavy, you needed a couple runs. You gave up 5, you scored 2, you're still within. It's just a 3-run game. You still got Roy Halladay on the bump. Plenty of baseball left.
Oh, Yayo, my provider just sent me a text message. We're aware of an outage in your area and assessing conditions. So that's good to know.
Oh, well, that makes me feel great.
Yeah, awesome. Great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Aware. They would have said we're not aware of anything.
Yeah, that's true. At least they are aware of it. Hopefully they're aware that they're killing this stream as a result, but we're back, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll remain steady as Bernie Williams lifts one to center field, and there's 2 down. To your point, Yayo, if Wavy Turtle holds Clutch D off the scoreboard here, this game has a chance in the next half inning to look very different.
Yeah, and it's huge. You see Roy Halladay, only 60 pitches in comparison to Todd Helton, who was approaching 80. Yeah. That's a big difference as well, that Roy Halladay can go for another couple innings, most likely if he, obviously if he slows down the bats. But yeah, he's still in the game. He's still in the game, and he knows he doesn't want to go to game 3. Right. Nobody wants a decisive game. He wants to close it out here if he can.
And remember, bullpen pitchers cannot be used in back-to-back games, as Craig Biggio lines out softly to end the inning. We're through 4. Clutch D, who needs this game to force a deciding game 3, is up 5-2. Chipper Jones starting things off here in the 5th against Elly De La Cruz.
And you got 4, 5, 6. Chipper Jones against Elly. Elly has got to be ready with that slider. That slider is like that DeGrom slider. It feels like it has outlier. And that slider comes in 94, 96. You can see it there. Almost like a cutter.
Whew. It's coming in hot at 95. I love the sequence there. Went in with the slider at 95 and went back in, albeit in a different part of the zone with the changeup.
And that was good pitching, even though Elly only has basically 3 pitches, a fastball, sinker, but he has a slider circle change as well. He mixed those up nicely.
And that one just missed. It's 1-2. Slider up in the zone, just misses. It's 2-2. Tatis lifts one to center field, just shy of the warning track, and that's out number 2 as Bernie Williams makes the catch.
Yeah, he wants that pitch back. That was a slider that hung, caught way too much of the plate. He just missed it, though.
Here's Adley Rutschman, nearly hit for the cycle in game 1. He has gone deep here in game 2. Sawed off. Chopper. Betts over to first, and that retires the side. So we go to the bottom of the 5th.
That I was talking about. Yeah, 94-mile-an-hour slider on the black. It's tough to turn on that one because you see the breaking ball. You're used to kind of like sitting back, but you can't sit back for too long.
All right, so here's Babe Ruth, 1 for 2. As he goes down swinging for out number 1.
A little bit of a low-scoring game, 5-2. We're not used to this, right? We saw the 13 runs, 13-9 in game 1, 5-2 here in the bottom of the 5th. That's going to be a ball's going to stay in play for out number 2. So I'm curious to see who's going to have the next big inning. Because it's happening.
That'll bring up Hank Aaron. Remember, he had that big grand slam in the 2nd inning. 4 runs coming on 1 swing for Clutch D.
Hey. 0-1's the count.
Nasty splitter at the knees. Dotted him up. It's 0-2. Chopper to 3rd. Jones is there, and that retires the side. We're through 5 here in game 2. Clutch D leading 5-2.
I think we've seen roughly 130 pitches from both Roy Halladay's. That's the 2nd curveball that we've seen all day. It's not used often, but hey, it worked out that time.
Why is it not used often?
I think it's the meta pitches in MLB to show you know that it's sinker cutter. You're trying to tunnel them. The curveballs, it also increases the par, so you don't want to hang a pitch to these players. It has a higher likelihood of hanging, so you're trying to be very careful when you throw it. You got to make sure it's below the zone.
Yeah. Nick Smash asking about why it's night for some and then in the day. Just a little bit of a, oh, that ball is driven out of here. Ernie Banks on a 3-2 pitch goes opposite field, and it's now a 5-3 game.
Yeah, he's still hanging around.
Yeah.
Still hanging around. He was down 5. Put up a couple, now another one, 5-3.
But Corey Seager's going to lift this one out into shallow left. Chipper Jones is going to drift out there and make the catch. Just to finish my point, there's a little bit of a quirk when you play friends, which is what this is. And sometimes your opponent will see day, you'll see night, or vice versa.
That's a ball.
So here's
this
Ellie
is Craig
Dela Cruz
Biggio again. He's been smashing baseballs to right field.
Yeah.
Going to pitch inside to him like that one.
Front door slider catches the black. It's 1-2. Early on the circle change. I wonder if we're going to see that fastball. He went slider. He went changeup and slider. Are we going to see a fastball here? We saw another slider in 94.
He has outlier on the fastball and the sinker.
Ball in.
Oof. Went up and in on the sinker, and Biggio was able to check his swing. Goes back in with a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Spits on that, and it's a payoff pitch now. And he walked him. So a good AB here by Craig Biggio as Wavy Turtle now brings the tying run to the plate in the form of Jackie Robinson, who's 0 for 3. So a chance to get off the schneid here in game 2, but a shallow fly ball left field as Robinson is now 0 for 4 here in game 2.
Yeah, and he bunted a couple times in game 1. It's one of those things where at this point it's like you might be better off swapping them, Biggio and Jackie, because Biggio is hot out of the 9th hole. Maybe you want to give him a couple more at bats, or have him at the top of the order. But hey, I mean, it's been working out. He won game 1, but it's something to keep in mind.
So now there's 2 down, and that'll bring up Babe Ruth, who's down in the count 0-2. Roller to second. Betts is there, and that retires the side. So 1 run does come across. It's Ernie Banks, who goes opposite field, but Wavy Turtle still trailing 5-3. We're now in the final third of this game 2 of this best-of-3 series. Clutch D looking to add here in the bottom of the 6th, leading 5-3. Jorge Posada 2 for 2 against Roy Halladay, who was on for his 6th inning of work.
Just a little reminder too, we have Twitch drops on. Make sure you claim those. Get your packs.
Dang,
your
really?
Diamonds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The drops are on. That's my bad. I'm claiming a pack right now. Go ahead and make sure your account is connected, guys. Make sure you claim the Twitch drops, because those bronze cards are not going to open themselves. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You never know. You might get a diamond. It's free.
Free pack.
Stop complaining. It's free. Supercharged Mookie Betts will step to the plate.
Worst case scenario, you can use them for the exchanges when the Team Affinity drops. So
absolutely. So make sure that your account is connected.
We'll pause on the action here.
All right. So once again, let's just if you're just now joining us, you in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the status. It tells you what game you're watching. So this is game 2 of a best-of-3. Lower right-hand corner, you'll see the name of the 2 competitors, and also you'll notice there's a white box next to Wavy Turtle's name. That indicates he won game 1. So for him, Wavy Turtle, this is a closeout opportunity and a chance to advance next weekend to the grand finals as Mookie Betts lines out for out number 2. That'll bring up Kyle Schwarber, who's 0 for 2.
And 76 pitches from Roy Halladay. Clutch had that big inning. It was basically one big swing from Hank Aaron. That's been basically his entire offense.
I'm a little surprised, Yayo, at the score at this stage of the game. Just 8 combined runs from these 2 very talented players.
And I wonder if it has something to do with a lot of games and stress games from Friday and Saturday to make it here.
Yeah.
If he's playing a role on that, but I agree. 8 runs in the bottom of the 6th, where the over/under was set at like 18.5.
I would have taken the over for sure. But we want to remind you, kids, no wagering on these games, please.
No.
Okay, so Kyle Schwarber unable to hold his swing, and we're through 6. It's still 5-3. Wavy Turtle has the heart of the order here to start the 7th. And how about Ellie De La Cruz? And remember, Yayo, because of the rules, you can't use a bullpen pitcher on consecutive games. I guess Clutch is like, look, I can't bring back De La Cruz for a deciding game 3. I might as well roll with him for as long as I can here in game 2.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job as well, right? He hasn't given up much. He's 40-something pitches now. He is getting tired though, because 45 pitches, that means that bar is probably on the yellow, but that slider 95 up there, just wasn't expecting it there, huh?
And that'll bring up Chipper Jones here, 1 down in the top of the 7th. He's 0 for 2. Puts a charge into that one, and that one is out of here. A solo home run for Chipper Jones. It's a 5-4 game.
Yeah, that's a big run. Only 1 out.
No strikes.
You're down 1 now. You're probably feeling good at the bump now. You know you're gonna have to be using some of the bullpen guys after Roy Halladay. But again, you gave up 5 earlier in the game, but now you're only down 1. You're feeling good if you're Wavy Turtle.
The deficit is 1 for Wavy Turtle. Fernando Tatis Jr. Appeal down. They say he held up. It's a 2-2 count. As Ellie De La Cruz about to throw his 53rd pitch. Tried for the inside corner, just missed. And the tying run is on deck. Got him. Caught looking. Ellie De La Cruz dials it up to 101. And that's a big out number 2. And that'll bring up Adley Rutschman. First pitch swinging. Sends that one to the stands, and it's 0-1.
It's a great performance from Ellie out of the bullpen. Very similar to the Charlie Blackmon in game 1.
Yep. Rutschman triple shy of the cycle in game 1. He's 1 for 3 here in game 2. As he lines out to center field, 7th inning stretch time. Clutch D holding on. in this game 2, in a game that he has to have. He's leading 5-4. Still to come, semifinal number 2 between Weems and Diurnal. A reminder, the winners of the 2 semifinal series, they won't play today. They will not meet today. Instead, they will advance to next weekend's Grand Circuit Final for a chance to play for $50,000 plus in cash prizes. So these 2 winners of the 2 series, they claim the final 2 spots of the 8-person field. Oof, hot shot caught by Chipper Jones, and there's one away.
That's a good sign, though. Perfect there off of Trevino, who just came up to the game. You got the top of the order. Got to forget about that one and just focus up on this at bat.
That'll bring up Bernie Williams, top of the order. As Jose Trevino comes on to relieve Roy Halladay, who pitched excellent. 6 innings of work. And quickly, Trevino has 2 down here to start the bottom of the 7th. He's dealing with the 2-hole hitter, Craig Biggio, who's 1 for 3.
Yeah, that screwball is tough to time up. There's a lot of movement in it. You can kind of throw it almost everywhere.
Once again, Biggio goes the other way. And this time it is caught, and that retires the side. No runs. It's still 5-4. So we go to the 8th. Leading off is going to be Ernie Banks. Clutch D, Yayo, 6 outs away from forcing a deciding game 3. Ellie De La Cruz, 58 pitches. He remains out there.
Counts 1-0.
I really don't know how much longer he can go on for, but you know what? As long as it's working out, that's fine. But you will need more runs if you're Clutch. You know that 5 runs probably won't be enough. You're looking into obviously putting up another 0 here, and that's a good start with a fly ball to left field, but you're going to need the same insurance runs that Wavy Turtle got in his own bottom of the 8th in game 1.
All right, do we see a pitching change here? No. We will have, he's going to stick with the right-hander, De La Cruz, to face the lefty, Corey Seager. Seager, perfect is aboard with a loud single with 1 down here in the top of the 8th.
And the fact that that wasn't a home run is like, you take it, right?
Yeah.
We've seen what Corey Seager can do.
In the yard.
You kept him in the yard. Yep, you kept him in the yard. Double play is still in order as well.
Craig Biggio runs very well. Could be tough to double him up. As De La Cruz at 60-plus pitches out of the bullpen. He's behind in the count, 2-0.
The fact that Ellie has 63 pitches is insane to me right now. He has to be in the red. Maybe that's why he fell to 3-0 and now drew, you know, pitch a walk. He probably has no control right now.
Yeah.
Expect to see a bullpen arm now.
Well, Clutch took Ellie De La Cruz about to his limit and maybe beyond. So now a pitching change. Raisel Iglesias will deal with Jackie Robinson, who is the go-ahead run here in the top of the 8th. And Yayo, he's 0 for 4.
He's due. Some would say he's due, but Raisel does have 125 clutch. He has a runner in scoring position, so he's going to shrink that PCI as much as he can. But Jackie has 125 clutch in the hitting attributes aspect.
And you can see that Wavy Turtle has left 8 men on base so far in this game 2. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. Hitters count. Walked him again. So the bases are loaded for the dangerous Babe Ruth.
Yeah, this might be the game right here. This is could be a game-defining at bat here from Babe Ruth.
Ooh, nasty circle change at the knees. It's 0-1.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Went back there in the dirt. Smothered nicely by Jorge Posada. Here's the 1-1. Bases loaded. Popped him up. Foul ground. Chipper Jones squeezes it, and there's 2 down. That is a huge at bat.
And he just saw Ellie De La Cruz for about 5 innings. The slider was coming in at 95, 96. He brought in Raisel Iglesias, and the slider, it's an 84-mile-an-hour slider.
It's a great point.
So it's a completely different timing.
Really good point, Yayo. Here's Hank Aaron. Sinker at the knees. It's 1-1. Spits on that. He's ahead in the count, 2-1. Bases loaded, 2 down. Bottom top of the 8th. Front door slider drops in for a strike. It's 2-2.
3-2.
And Aaron already has a grand slam, but it was the other
payoff pitch from Iglesias. Fouled off, and we'll do it again. Runners should be getting a head start. Bases loaded. Game 2. Fouls it off again. Another payoff pitch from Iglesias. Fly ball. Left center field. It's out of here. Hank Aaron. One swing. Changes game 2 in a big way.
Yeah, and that was huge. I talked about Hank Aaron having a grand slam. Both Hank Aaron now with a pair of grand slams each there. I mean, big moment. Raisel Iglesias just didn't work out that time, and
Outside, that's
quick
a ball.
hook there.
Yeah, so Jake Diekman is going to be the 3rd pitcher of this inning as he faces Chipper Jones here with 2 down. What a swing for Hank Aaron. And Wavy Turtle has a lead, 6 defensive outs away from advancing to next weekend's grand final. Chipper Jones, deep fly ball, playable for the center fielder, and that retires aside, but not before. One huge swing from Hank Aaron, and it is now an 8-5 game as Clutch D finds himself on the wrong end of the score in a game that he has to have.
And we're talking about Clutch D maybe needing some insurance runs in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah.
We're looking ahead, but now he just needs runs, period. He needs to tie it here at least, or get a little bit closer. He hasn't done much. Again, the grand slam was basically his entire offense so far.
And remember, all those men left on base for Wavy Turtle as Babe Ruth can't hold up, and there's one away. You just felt like it was a matter of time. He kept getting opportunity, and these players are too talented to keep playing with fire, and eventually Clutch D got burned.
And Ellie De La Cruz couldn't go much longer, right?
Yeah.
And he held him, but he was done. He was gassed.
And Chipper Jones down in the count, 0-2. He's 0 for 2.
Ball 1.
There's one down here in the bottom of the 8th. Obviously, Clutch needs base runners here.
Yeah, you see him here changing his hitting settings. He needs a different look. He needs something to get him going. I mean, he got middle of the order there. He had 3, 4, 5 in this inning. He doesn't feel comfortable. He's going to the 3 diamonds to hopefully get that offense going.
As it's a full count with Hank Aaron looming on deck. Oof. Able to get a piece, and we'll do it again. Chopper to first. Babe Ruth will step on the bag, and that's out number 2. I believe Jose Trevino Yayo is already in the yellow as far as the energy. Yep, he is. So how much longer do we see him?
Yeah, it's one of those things where the relievers that might have 30 stamina, you know, they're going to be in the yellow after 20 plus pitches, you know, but he's still being effective, right? So might as well just leave him there as
base hit.
Yep.
So Hank Aaron able to extend the inning. Hank Aaron, that Hank Aaron card responsible for 4 of the 5 runs that Clutch has put up. Had a grand slam in the 2nd inning.
We see plenty of times. It could be a legend, all-star, it doesn't matter. A 2-out base hit up the middle can get a 2-out rally going. Started so that he got these 2-out base hit up the middle. Let's see if he can bring them home.
Jorge Posada, little jam shot, but it's going to hang up for the left fielder, and that retires the side. So we go to the 9th. Wavy Turtle going to try to add to his lead as he is 3 defensive outs away from advancing to next weekend's tournament action. 5, 6, and 7 starting off with Fernando Tatis Jr. Here's 0 for 4. There's Jake Diekman on for his 2nd inning of work. Hockey Pro, BWA, Tricks, thanks for joining us in the chat. And shout out to those of you watching on YouTube as well. If you're watching on Twitch, drops are active. Make sure your account is connected and make sure you claim those packs. I'm about 12% away from claiming another pack. Boom. How about that?
You can open it in the app.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll open it in the app and I'll tell you what diamonds I got. Here's the 1-2
Still
from
some value in those, some diamonds out there. Still some value. I pulled Acuna the other day. I was surprised it was
that's
for
a
like
nice pull.
70,000. I'm like, I'll take it.
Tatis Jr. goes the other way, and that's his first base hit of this game, too. So a good start to the inning for Wavy Turtle as he tries to add here in the 9th.
Yeah, he needed some insurance runs in game 1. He needs some insurance run here in game 2 as well. But up 3, he would love a couple runs. Kind of like take some pressure off for the bottom half. He's 3 outs away from advancing to the grand finals.
Runner is off, draws a throw, but Tatis will scurry back to first.
I think he's now thinking about the runner there. He sent him, he's waiting, making him wait. Think about it.
You know, he's had such success with Rutschman offensively. I wonder if we see some sort of hit and run.
Ball 3.
You know, 3-1 count, hitters count.
Yeah. Taking all the way. Nope.
No, chop just foul. And that count runs full. Payoff pitch from Diekman. We'll take a pause in the action. Pretty big lead for Tatis over at first. And he walked him. Back-to-back base runners to start the 9th here for Wavy Turtle. And now that'll bring up Ernie Banks, who's 2 for 4. That is up the middle. Scooped by Betts. Flipped to second. Over to first. In time. Big double play. 4-6-3 is how you're going to score it. But if you're scoring a video game tournament right now, I mean, seriously, honestly, where are you at right now? You need to really reevaluate. Really reevaluate where you're at. All right, Corey Seager, 2 for 4. Ooh. Now 2 for 5. Tried to hold up his swing. That's a big half inning there for Clutch. He needs 3 to tie, 4 to win, and force a game 3.
And he knows it. That's why he's looking at the bench. He's going to start with a pinch hitter in Freddie Freeman. Trevino with his 33rd pitch.
Wow, already in the yellow.
Base runners.
I would love to see what kind of bullpen activity. I don't know about this move, but then again, Yayo, I would need to know what other bullpen options are available to him.
Yeah.
But he is approaching the red going with Trevino here. Oh, but he gets Freeman to pop it up. That's a big out here to start the 9th.
Yeah, he's still getting outs, right? He's still kind of similar to Eli De La Cruz, where he was at 60 pitches or whatever it was, where, hey, he's still being effective. Ride it as long as you can. 2 outs away now.
And still, Trevino is out there, this time facing the 8-hole hitter, Kyle Schwarber, who's 0 for 3. Ahead in the count now, 2-1. He is now in the red, Yayo.
And this is when the
sharply
PCI,
hit.
Yep.
Craig Biggio is there, and there's 2 down. Now Ernie Banks representing the last hope for Clutch D here. And Wavy Turtle looks like, nope, he paused. He's in the pause menu, now in the quick menu. And we will have a pitching change. It will be Bruce Sutter.
Yeah, not a crowd favorite, Bruce Sutter. But he has a righty, followed by a switch hitter and another righty. So if you're going to bring him to a game, especially 3-run lead, and you got 2 out of the 3 next hitters are going to be righty. So perfect timing.
Now he's down to his final strike. Here's the 1-2 from Sutter. Got him! Oof. Ball game. Wavy Turtle advances to next weekend's Grand Circuit Final as he closes out Clutch D thanks to an 8-5 win in Game 2 to take this best-of-3 series 2 games to none. So congratulations to Wavy Turtle. His day is done, but his tournament is not done. Once again, he's playing next weekend for a chance at $50,000 in cash prizes, $51,000 to be exact. Welcome back with Yayo. I'm Robert Flores. Yayo, Clutch D jumped out to an early lead in a game that he had to have, but Wavy Turtle, wow, what a clutch effort there. A huge, huge moment late in this game as Clutch D actually scored first, but unable to hold the lead.
Yeah, he had that big grand slam from Hank Aaron to give him a 5-0 lead, as we can see the replay there. But again, Wavy knew there was a ton of game left, and he was able to battle back, keep chipping in, and as he opened up the score there with the Adley Rutschman thing, and now he guarantees himself at least $1,500.
Yeah. So 8 unanswered runs by Wavy Turtle because Clutch D scored the game's first 5 runs, but after that, he could not mount anything as Ernie Banks then hit a solo homer opposite field. Ellie De La Cruz came on to give Clutch D some really good innings out of the bullpen, but Chipper Jones got him for a solo home run. And then with the bases loaded, this was the game-winning blast. Hank Aaron, the grand slam.
Yeah, we talked about it on that moment where Babe Ruth was there with the bases loaded, 1 out. It could be a series-defining moment. Babe Ruth didn't do it, but Hank Aaron did with 2 outs.
Yeah, so now we get ready for our second semifinal. And, you know, first of all, real quick, shout out to Clutch D. He was probably surprised that he was even playing. JoJo was scheduled to play, but he had a scheduling conflict. So Clutch D was pressed into service. So shout out for Clutch D. I mean, like I said, maybe he was probably surprised he was even playing today.
Hey, put up a battle too, right? He was down 8-0 in game 1. He was able to battle back and tie that game. It was just too much Wavy there at the end of game 1. And then in the second game, he started off hot. We talked about how important it is to get off to a good start there in game 2, but it was just too much Wavy at the end of the day.
So our second semifinal series, a best of 3, it'll be against 2 players that our community is very familiar with. It's Weems and Diurnal, 2 guys that, as I said, after this weekend, they have a chance, and they could definitely, they're capable of winning it all and running the table next weekend. That's how talented these guys are.
Yeah, and anything can happen in those sorts of tournaments as well. They're getting more reps in tournament environment, right? In this weekend, they survived Friday, they survived Saturday. They used to be in different sides of brackets. Now they're going to be facing each other. And like you mentioned, either one of them can win it, but only one will be able to advance to the grand finals.
All right, we're waiting to hopefully check in with Wavy Turtle, as hopefully we're trying to make that connection, and we can hear from him as he now moves on to next weekend's action, which I believe will start. I believe that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I believe that's the way it plays out. But we will definitely be with you next weekend and now an 8-person field. So Yayo, 7 of the 8-person field is set with now Weems and Diurnal set to do battle to determine who gets that final wild card spot.
And some big names too, right? We talked to Kreiner earlier. He's automatically qualified there. Wavy Turtle gets his name in. We got Wilsey, which is another one that won back-to-back championships this year in the summer and fall circuit. There's some big names. We still have one more to go, but there's also a lot of money on the line, like you mentioned, over $50,000 in prizes, $25,000, which I think is the biggest ever in MLB The Show esports history for that first place.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in Wavy Turtle, who joins us now. You can hear his audio. Wavy, congratulations. Tell us about that moment there in Game 2 when you had the bases loaded and Hank Aaron. What were you looking for?
Pretty much the sinker in that I hit out. Had to be patient, foul off a couple pitches, but yeah.
You seem to really, you mentioned patience there. You really forced him to throw a lot of pitches. Just take us behind your, kind of take us in your insight there and what your strategy was that entire inning.
Yeah, I mean, even that whole game, I walked 7. I can't tell you last time I walked 7 times in a game on here. So, yeah, I had to be patient. Struck out a bunch too, not being patient, but worked out at the end.
I'm curious to know also about the bullpen, right? We talk about the bullpen. We got the wild cards back for the tournament, but then we saw, Charlie Blackmon went for like 4+ innings in game 1. We saw Ellie De La Cruz there. Was there some sort of strategy? What was the mindset now, either facing or using one of those relievers going on for like that long relief period of time?
Yeah, there was some confusion after the first game, but worked out at the end. He used Charlie Blackmon the first game for like 3 or so innings. Mm-hmm. And in the second game, I kind of did the same thing with the Trevino card at the end, getting some outs on low stamina.
So, Wavy, as you now get ready you can relax the rest of the day. 2 questions. Will you watch this other semifinal? And what's your mindset going into next weekend?
Yeah, I'll tune into the last couple games and then kind of just stay prepared, I guess, throughout the week. Plan a couple games.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, you got anything else?
Oh, I think I'm good. My only thing is more lineup based, right? What were some things that you think worked out for you this time, and are you looking to make any changes into going into the grand final?
Good question.
Yeah, it might depend on if there's any new cars that come out in between then. A couple guys maybe on the fence, but pretty satisfied with the guys I got in there.
All right. Well, Wavy, congratulations on today's win in the semifinal series. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and we'll see you next weekend. All right, that's Wavy Turtle. He takes care of Clutch D, winning that series 2-0. Still to come, Weems against Diurnal in our second semifinal, also a best of 3. We're going to take a quick timeout, but we'll be back with game 1 of our second semifinal. Stay there.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go!
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo taking down a trio.
Let's create moments from the games you love.
He'll take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays will begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your one-way ticket to Team Affinity and beyond. We're coasting into sunny San Diego, California to celebrate Mr. Padre himself and the 25th anniversary of his 3,000th hit. And while we're on the Team Affinity Highway, say hello to the brand new action figure card series. And finally, choose your exit wisely because we got too many good things on the horizon. A burrito with French fries. I'm in.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Climbs the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. Alongside Yayo, I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. You can find Yayo, twitch.tv/Yayo. I'm at twitch.tv/RealRoflo. We're glad you're with us. One semifinal series is done. Now we're getting ready for semifinal number 2. Before we get into that, we want to remind you, hey, if you have a friend or a family member that has not tried MLB The Show, but they play other games on PlayStation, this is the month for them to try MLB The Show. If they're a member of PlayStation Plus, MLB The Show 24 is the monthly game. It is free. If they're a PlayStation Plus member, all you got to do is download it and have them give it a try. So be sure to let any friends or family members that haven't tried MLB The Show 24 to give it a try, because now is the month to do it. Yayo, as we get set here for semifinal number 2 between Weems and Diurnal, these two guys are very familiar and are very familiar names among our community here. Now, Dane, he's listed here as Dane, but it's Diurnal. And Weems, as I said, these are known commodities within the MLB The Show community.
Yeah, big names. This is a big-time matchup. We're going to have plenty of big-time matchups from now on over the next few weekends. And for this one, I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, our first semifinal was wrapped up in 2 games as Wavy Turtle gets the sweep of Clutch D. As you see here, Diurnal, 21 years old. He's on Twitch. He's from Florida. He loves the All-Star Juan Soto card. This is the way his lineup looks defensively. He's got Craig Biggio out in center field. Once again, Jorge Posada is one of his wild cards. He's going to be playing first. Adley Rutschman, there's that Juan Soto card out there in the outfield. As Season 3 core cards and wild card spots are available. That's the format for the lineup here. And as you take a look at 1 through 9, what jumps out at you here, Yayo?
I mean, looking at the lineup, I don't know if you noticed, but every single card is P5. I don't even have Jackie Robinson yet, and he has in P5. So that tells you how good Diurnal is. I mean, stacked lineup again. We see a lot of Craig Biggio, Chipper Jones, Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth, a lot of similar names, not much different there, but yeah, it's insane that every card is P5.
Yeah, Ernie Banks, Supercharged Mookie Betts, Jake Arrieta, one of those out-of-position cards in that series, and Anthony Rizzo is on the bench as well. So once again, it's a best-of-3 series. The winner advances to next weekend's action. And Diurnal will be taking on Weems, 18 years old, out of Pennsylvania. His favorite card, a Hall of Fame series, Babe Ruth. You can find him on Twitch and on Twitter at those handles. As we take a look at the way his defensive alignment shakes out, he's got Jackie Robinson playing a secondary position in the outfield. Banks and Betts is your double play combination. Corey Seager is the DH, and Chipper Jones and Babe Ruth are manning the corners. As we take a look at how this lineup will shake out 1 through 9, Yayo, Willie Mays leading things off.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. This is the first time we're going to get to see Willie Mays. It's a great card. He does stand a little bit close to the plate, so some people can't really, hit with him. But we know that Weems can. He's been using these cards forever. He's 18 years old, but he feels like he's been playing deep in tournaments like this for a decade already.
Yeah.
So, just another God squad. We see Bryce Harper as a catcher there on the bench as well. We love Bryce Harper cards around here.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 bench players are part of that out of position set there for Weems. So it'll be interesting to see if we see those cards here during the course of this series. So coming up next, it is game 1 between these two teams. Remember, it is a best of 3. It's 9 innings, legend difficulty, season 3 core cards, and there are wild card spots available for our players. No created players. You can't use created players in Diamond Dynasty anyway. I understand that. There's no knuckleballers. So Matt Waldron, not a part of this series, which is probably a good thing. And there's 1 spot left here. This is the wild card, and there's 1 wild card spot remaining here. And Yayo, it's a shame that one of these 2 talented players is going to be left home next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's the end of the tournament, basically, right? We only get to see 8 players advance, and we're going to start seeing some big names drop off. And today is going to be one of the first ones that we're going to get to see. Again, Both of them well known in the community. Both of them known as top players. So I expect fireworks. I wouldn't be shocked if we see 3 games.
All right, so we're about to get underway here for game 1 of this best-of-3 semifinal series. And once again, the winner moves on to next weekend's action to complete the 8-person field. And those 8 players will be competing for $51,000 in cash prizes. First place gets, what'd you say, 25 grand?
25 grand for first place. And the winner of this one already secures 1,500. So top 8 will get at least 1,500. So it's a big series here.
Now, make sure that your accounts are connected on Twitch because drops are active. Make sure that you claim those rewards and those packs. And we are underway. So here we go. Roy Halladay getting the start. The home team is going to be Weens. I think Weens is the home team. So he's got Roy Halladay. He's a huge Philadelphia Philly fan. So Roy Halladay as his starter makes sense. So Weens is the home team, and Diurnal is at the plate with Chipper Jones. We're already underway here as Chipper Jones is going to lift one to deep left field, and it just gets over the wall, and it's a 2-out solo shot here in the first inning as Diurnal takes a quick 1-0 lead.
And for the first time today, we get to see a run in the first inning. We did not get to see that in either of the games in the first series. So Diurnal up with the early lead here. Solo bomb there from Chipper Jones.
Yeah, we saw a sweep in the first series. I would be stunned if we saw a sweep here in this series.
Yeah, we also saw, like, I think it was 12, 13 runs in game 2. Both of these players might score 12, 13 by themselves in this game.
All right, so the count has run full. As you see, Babe Ruth is on deck here. Here's the payoff pitch to Hank Aaron. Fly ball center field. This should end the inning. It's carrying. Wow, that one carried farther than I thought. And we go to the bottom of the first as Diurnal trailing, but coming to bat. Mays, Ruth, and Aaron due up in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, he got one across. This is, again, Willie Mays here. He's hitting .504. Keep in mind that most of these at-bats are on Legend as well, just to throw it out there. And we're going to get to see Todd Helton here in game 1, and a second time that we get to see this Todd Helton.
As Willie Mays looks at a strike, it's 0-1. Swing and a miss, and he's down to the count 0-2. Matrix says, I'm not getting any progress on his pack drops. You might need to refresh, Matrix.
And make sure the accounts are linked on MLB The Show. Your MLB The Show and PlayStation or Xbox accounts are linked, so you can get progress on that.
Swing and a miss, got him, and Todd Helton gets out number 1 here in the bottom of the first. Game 1. So you can see upper left-hand corner of your screen. That'll tell you what game you're watching in during the what game you're watching in the series. This is game 1 of a best-of-3. Babe Ruth hitting .494, looks at a ball just outside. He's ahead in the count 2-1.
And I was gonna say, this is the second time we see Todd Helton, so he's probably really good. And then I saw Weens strike out against Todd Helton, and now I really want.
Now I really need to get this card. Serves that one to short. Over to first in time, and there's 2 down. That'll bring up Hank Aaron, who's hitting .550 for Weens.
Do you think you have a card that you hit .550 with, even on All-Star?
Yeah, it happens like during the first 3 days of the game. I get a hit with the guy first at bat. Hey, I'm batting 1,000. It quickly heads south soon after.
Oh, God.
All right, so we're through 1. And Diurnal is leading 1-0. Roy Halladay dealing with Babe Ruth here to start the top of the second.
Yeah, I feel like every hitter here for Wins is going to be hitting 500 plus.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too.
Yeah.
Lifted to center field. Mays is there. And there's one away. That'll bring up Jorge Posada, hitting .484.
And this is not stadium locked, but you know, Laughing Mountain again. We're going to get to see a lot of Laughing Mountain. This is why we expect also a lot of runs.
Jorge Posada, no doubt about it. The no doubt animation in full effect. Second homer of the game, 2-0.
That one would have been gone at any stadium. That one, it wasn't all about that stadium on that one. But yeah, Laughing Mountain, it's what, you know, what these players tend to use.
Diurnal jumps out to a quick 2-0 lead here in the top of the second.
I think this is the first hitter that we get to see that with under 500 batting average. Still 475.
Chopper to second. Yeah, he really needs to turn things around. Hitting 475. Now he's hitting 432 with Corey Seager.
Yeah, that's why they are at the bottom of the lineup, I guess. So
yeah,
he's really struggling with those cards.
Yeah, he's really struggling. And Seager early on that one and sends it foul. It's 1-1.
And already Diurnal, we see that he has 2 runs across Roy Halladay, 25 pitches already. We got to keep in mind that the starting pitchers will probably not be able to go over 80, not much over 80 after that, if it gets that far. So.
And we'll do it again as Seager is out in front of the cutter. Here's another 2-2. Misses inside. It's 3-2. With Adley Rutschman on deck. Payoff pitch.
What do you got?
Did he go? He did not. 2-out walk in the second inning, and that'll bring up Adley Rutschman.
And that's such a great at-bat. That fastball on a 2-2 count just off the plate inside is such a great take. Back-to-back great takes there because he went to the sinker afterwards outside. Just professional at-bat there by Diurnal.
Nope, outside.
And Adley Rutschman has got a 3-0 count. As he looks at a strike at the knees, it's 3-1. And he walked him. Back-to-back walks with 2 down here in the top of the second for Diurnal. And now Craig Biggio will step to the plate. He's 1 for 1 as we go back to the top of the order.
We saw a lot of good things from Craig Biggio in the first series, and not this time. He's going to ground one to second, but Diurnal, it looks like he's feeling comfortable at the plate right now facing Roy Halladay. Over 30-plus pitches, 2 runs across, but no big inning yet.
So Chipper Jones starts the bottom of the second off for Weens. Weens trailing 2-0 here, facing Todd Helton. That one misses low. It's 2-0. That's in for a strike. It's 2-1.
We talked about, you know, Clutch kind of getting out from his couch to play in the semis. And I wonder if, you know, with either one of these 2 players, they knew they were going to play today, but they didn't know they were going to play each other. So I wonder if that has some sort of effect. You know, they know each other very well. They probably face each other in ranked seasons all the time. So I wonder if that has some sort of effect on either one.
Yeah, so JoJo, just for a little more context on what Yayo was talking about, JoJo was slotted to play Weens. And because of a scheduling conflict, and there's a sharply hit ball, diving stop, little dolphin dive at short, throw over to first is in time. So because of a scheduling conflict, JoJo had to beg out. That put Clutch D in, and it rearranged the seating and the order. So instead of Diurnal playing Wavy Turtle, Diurnal was now slotted in to play Weems. And this all happened earlier today. So to your point, Yayo, it was a little bit of confusion and, you know, last-minute changes for everyone involved. As Ernie Banks down to the count 1-2. Todd Helton up the middle, comebacker. And there's 2 down. I've liked what I've seen from this Todd Helton card, Yayo, during the course of today's action.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to touch on, because it's a new card, even though it's not a new
just
delivery.
as I say that,
jinx it.
Announcers jinx. Jorge Posada putting Weems on the board. Solo homer cuts the lead in half.
Yeah, it might be the same pitching delivery as somebody that we've seen before, but it might be a different speeds or different pitch repertoire or something. This card came out a couple of days ago, so it's fairly new to them. And again, it's an out of position card, so we haven't had it before this year.
Yeah, the chat there on Twitch was wondering aloud and came up with some options as Jackie Robinson's going to fly out to end the inning. You and I had thrown out Al Leiter, Tom Glavine, but it was someone in the chat that suggested no, that it looks like the Andy Pettitte windup, and I think that's a spot on as check over at third, and Juan Soto could not hold his swing, and he's down in the count 0-1.
Yeah, we got Taike in the chat saying that Todd Helton is gross, and I'm going to believe him because he's pretty good at the game.
Yeah. Juan Soto head in the count 2-1 here as we're in the third. Diurnal is the visiting team, and he's batting.
And this is the first time we're seeing Juan Soto today. Obviously, he mentioned that this is his favorite card in the lineup. That's why he's sitting second in that lineup, stacked lineup. But it's the first time we've seen him today.
Over to short. And there's one away. Here's Chipper Jones, 1 for 1 after that solo homer in the first inning. As Diurnal batting with the 2-1 lead here as Jones early on that one and sends it foul. It's 0-1.
Yeah, I think we expect a lot of runs from both players here, but at the same time, they got to get loose. They got to get loose and going before the get those bats going. So they're seeing pitches. So we can see Roy Halladay already with his 46 pitch. Gets chipper looking, but they'll come around and they'll wake up.
That one's on the black at 97 miles per hour. It's 0-1.
Nothing you can do with that pitch. Just take it
cap
and wait. Yep.
Here's the 1-1 to Hank Aaron. That's foul. It's 1-2.
I got a big game for both players in the game 2 of the first series. 2 grand slams, 1 for each player. So he's shown what he's capable of. You know how good he is.
Well, he's run the count full here with Babe Ruth on deck. Payoff pitch from Halladay. Aaron is able to spoil it, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, now with 2 strikes, you have to protect the plate there. That sinker as the first pitch of the at bat, you could take it, but not with 2 strikes.
Another payoff pitch, got him. Second strikeout of the inning for Roy Halladay. And we go to the bottom of the third. Diurnal leading Weens 2-1.
Off the plate, ball 1.
8, 9, and 1 due up for Weens here in the bottom of the third.
It's lefty-lefty with Corey Seager. We've seen Corey Seager do a lot of damage already today, so that's a common name that we've seen today so far.
Helton's 1-2. We'll do it again. Remember, next weekend's Grand Circuit Finals, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right here on Twitch and on YouTube as Seager goes chasing, and that's out number 1. That'll bring up Mookie Betts, supercharged Mookie Betts.
And I love Mookie Betts cards. The fact that you don't have to use a wild card on a Mookie Betts or anything like that. You can just use the supercharge. That's why I love the supercharge aspect in MLB.
Love it.
Once it was added,
Yeah.
you get great cards throughout the year, and cards that Mookie might not be the case in this one, but cards that you usually don't or wouldn't use, you get to use them when they're supercharged. And
100%. For instance, Willie Mays sends one deep, and it is out of here. Just able to sneak it inside the foul pole, and Weens takes his first lead of the day. Now, Babe Ruth, perfect thunder. That one bounces up against the wall. It's a one-out double for Babe Ruth.
This is what I was saying. The bats were going to wake up. It was only a matter of time. Well, I think Weens is awake now. Bats are hot. He's up 1 now with a running scoring position. Hank Aaron got mid of the order. This could be one of those innings that, you know, they put up 6, 7, or 8 or more in a blink of an eye.
Wow, that was quite impressive. I would love to see a replay of that just to see how close it was, because from our monitors, it looked very close. And Hank Aaron, he leans into one. And Weens is starting to put on a show here at Laughing Mountain. Second homer of the inning. It's 5-2.
And that, you know, you talk about the replay on that Willie Mays. We know it was close, but it was also a rocket. It was 108 point something off the bat. That ball was destroyed. Same as this one with Chipper Jones. Perfect. 109. And now a 4-run lead.
Wow. And yeah, here's a replay.
Replay.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that was just by a few feet. That was just earlier in the inning. And Willie Mays putting Weens in a really good spot here, as it's now 6-2 and still batting in the bottom of the third.
Again, big inning. He can have a big inning in the blink of an eye, just like that. He's up 4, put up 5 this inning, make it 6 with that another no-doubter. I think, is that 3 in a row?
Yep.
That's
Ernie Banks,
4 maybe.
7-2 here in the third, as Todd Helton, D'Arnold's going to have to get a mound visit, or well, we are going to get a pitching change, and it will be Jose Trevino.
Yeah, he's seen enough. You know, he can't let this game get out of hand, especially as the road team. And I mean, you take that. If you're D'Arnold, it's a perfect, but it's an out. You take your out, move on, but you got to get out of this inning as soon as possible.
And that's going to get down for a base hit, and maybe more. Good speed for Jackie Robinson. He's headed to third. The relay throw over to third, and it's a 2-out triple for Jackie Robinson Jr.
I mean, that's such a great swing. That slurve is coming in so slow. You got to sit back and just time it perfectly. He did that. It's impressive.
All right, so Corey Seager steps to the plate with a runner at third. 2 down, 3-1 count. Seager puts into charge into that one. It's another home run in the inning. Weens is turning this one into a laugher at Laughing Mountain. It's 9-2.
We talked about the mercy rule in game 1 of the first series. It never happened. This one might be a little bit closer to that mercy rule. He's already up 7. Still 2 outs. He's still not out. Willie Mays looking for his second home run of the inning now, and would put him closer, 2 runs closer into that mercy rule. Obviously, it's after the 4th. But again, if you're a Journal, you just don't want to let this game get out of hand. You need to get out of this inning and come up to the plate and put up a couple of runs yourself.
Yeah, the mercy rule is triggered if there's a 10-run lead after the top of the 4th. So right now the lead is 7. There's a chance to make it a 9-run advantage if Willie Mays can go deep. Instead, he fouls that one off. Here's
Again,
the 2-2.
You knew he felt comfortable with Willie Mays once we saw Willie Mays that we haven't seen today, and he was leading him leadoff as well. you know, you typically want to have guys that you feel comfortable with at the top of the order. 8 pitches is at bat already. He already has a home run.
And he stays alive there.
Pitch.
Here's the 1-2 to Mays. Fights that one off, but it's a soft liner caught by Chipper Jones, but not before Weens delivers 9 runs in the inning. He now has a 7-run lead as we go to the top of the 4th. 5, 6, and 7 due up for Diurnal here in game number 1. As Yayo, he was stunned and staggered in that bottom of the 3rd, and now he has to recover.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do it against Roy Halladay. I mean, he could do it, right? We've seen it plenty of times. But he got off to a 2-0 lead, but then that was just gone in the split second.
Well, that's a good start. Babe Ruth sends one into the corner. And it's a leadoff double to start the 4th here for Diurnal.
That's big that he was able to get to second. No double play.
Now he might be coming home. Nope, they're going to hold him at 3rd.
Good call. I think that's a good call. It would have been a close play at home. 69 speed is not the fastest. You're down 7. You need more than one.
Yeah, so you need base runners. So definitely a wise move.
Ball 2.
So Jackie Robinson ahead in the count 2-0. Up the middle. Past the diving shortstop, or run scores. It's now 9-3. As Ernie Banks could not make the play, and even if he did stop that ball, I'm not sure that he could have got the speedy Robinson. We still don't have anyone out here in this inning, Yayo.
Yeah, no, he got 1 run across. Still nobody else. A swing here will make it a 3-run game, and he's just like that. He would be back into it.
This could be 2. Flip for 1, fire it for 2, and that's a big double play there here in this 4th inning.
Yeah, that's huge. That's, you know, a rally killer there. But that was a great pitch. Sinker outside, you know, they're geared up for the cutter and sinker inside there. So, you know, gotta it's tough to time it up when you're geared up for like that, and then you get that sinker outside like that.
All right, 2-2. Rutschman takes a called 3rd strike, and that retires the side. And that was a big moment there. As a run does score, but it certainly could have been a lot worse. So Diurnal now tries to get that run back here in the bottom of the 4th. Nice stop by Posada. Throw over to Trevino, got him. Good defense here for out number 1 in the 4th.
Yeah, and that's a big out. You need to hold Weens to nothing here. You're already down 6. It is the mid of the order for him. 2, 3, 4 here in the bottom of the 4th. So that's a big out number 1.
And that is going to be a fair ball. So Hank Aaron with a 1-out double here in the 4th inning.
We see that as soon as we see that the pitcher is getting tired, he's going to go to the pen, bring in Paul O'Neill, which we saw about 8 pitches of from game 1, and he got destroyed then. But you know, now he's going to be Diurnal against him, against that Paul O'Neill.
So Chipper Jones steps to the plate, runner in scoring position, 1 down.
I'm here trying to figure out the pitching motion from Paul O'Neill. So if the chat can help us out, because I'm not good at this, but I feel like I've seen it before, obviously, right?
I was going to say Cliff Lee. As Rutschman is going to get this one for out number 2. Yeah, I'm almost certain Paul O'Neill has the Cliff Lee motion. Past the diving Chipper Jones. They're going to hold the runner at 3rd. And it's a base hit for Ernie Banks. So Diurnal not done here in the bottom of the 4th. Check that, Weens not done here in the bottom of the 4th. Already leading 9-3. Posada lifts one to right. Soto is there, and that retires the side.
That's a big zero there by Diurno, right? You're down 6. You don't want him to get closer to that mercy rule. So, you know, being able to hold him to nothing there is huge. Now you got to come up and put up some runs yourself.
Chipper Jones gobbles that one up, and there's one away. Here's Juan Soto, 0 for 2.
We've talked about that.
Oh, yep. Juan Soto with a huge swing. And it's now a 9-4 game. 108 off the bat.
His favorite card, right? He mentioned that's his favorite card. He comes through there, 9-4. Big home run there.
Huge. Wow.
I was going to say, Roy Halladay closing in on that 80 pitch mark where they start getting a little bit tired. So I don't think we're going to get to see a whole lot more from Roy. So expect to see a bullpen coming soon.
And that's a base hit up the middle for Chipper Jones. Yeah, Roy Halladay, Yayo, is already, as we, you know, one out here in the top of the 5th. He's at 79 pitches. So I think Weens is following along with you, or of your mindset, and he's either going to make a pitching change now, or Halladay does not have much left. He's got a right-hander here in Hank Aaron, who's 1 for 2, or excuse me, 0 for 2. I almost feel, Yayo, when you're facing a Hank Aaron card, you want to bust him in, because you're doing him a favor, I think, if you pitch the outer third, because he's got such big time pop. There's the throw to one, over to second for 1, but unable to complete the double play, and there's 2 down.
And it's also, you got to, you know, it depends on who you're facing too, right? Because you know they're going to be ready to turn on those sinker insides. If it's righty, you got to keep them honest and show them that you're willing to pitch outside, but at the same time, you know the damage that they can do and turn on anything hard in. But, you know, he was able to check swing there, almost turned the double play. He was fast enough to avoid it, but got 2 outs now.
2 balls, 2
All right, so here's Babe Ruth trying to extend the inning here in the top of the 5th. The visiting team is Diurnal. He's at the plate. He's trailing 9-4 here in game 1, a best of 3. Up the middle, base hit. So the inning will continue as Babe Ruth is aboard with a 2-out knock, and that'll bring up Jorge Posada, who homered in the 2nd, singled in the 4th. He's 2 for 2.
And we see 87 pitches. That was 88th, but he will get out of the 5th. So he's in line for the win. He's still up 5, but that might do it for Roy Halladay.
All right, so we go to the bottom of the 5th as Weens tries to extend here. You know, if he scores 6 runs, I believe this game is over. Now, 6 runs is a lot, yes.
Yeah.
But these players are certainly capable of doing that.
Sure. We've seen it.
5 runs, excuse me. Math is not my friend. Well, there's one away as Jackie Robinson flies out. And it's now the out-of-position player card of Paul O'Neill gets Corey Seager to ground to second. And quickly, there's 2 down here in the 5th inning, and that'll bring up supercharged Mookie Betts, who's 2 for 2. Diving stop, Corey Seager, dolphin dive, over to first in time. And just like that, that brings an end to the inning. We're through 5. Weens is leading 9-4 as we enter the final third of this game 1.
That's another big zero. Again, it's very similar to the first series where we saw somebody take off to a big lead and the other player just hanging around, limiting the damage as the game goes on.
Oh, diving catch. Yep. Wow. What a play out in center field. You know, Diurnal is throwing his controller right now.
That's Willie Mays, right? That's one of the reasons why he's there.
Great defensive play by Willie Mays, and that's out number 1.
That's gone, isn't it? Yep, that's Laughing Mountain.
It's out of here. And think about this. That could have been a 2-run homer if not for the excellent defense for Willie Mays. So when you have players that are this tightly matched, sometimes it's the little things that make the biggest difference.
Yeah, and that diving play from Willie Mays, not only was it you know, it was definitely going to be a triple if that ball got passed by him, for sure. So, but yeah, that was a big play. Now we got ourselves a 4-run game. We got first time we're seeing Wade Boggs. It was an event reward from the first event on season 3. So first time we're seeing him.
Nope, outside.
As he's facing the top of the order now with Craig Biggio, who's 1 for 3.
Ball. 2-0.
And another sinker cutter guy.
And Biggio will go the other way over the leaping Babe Ruth. Fielded nicely in the corner, throw to second, not in time. It's a 2-out double for Craig Biggio.
How many times have we said that? Craig Biggio goes the other way.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of feel like kind of similar thinking with the Hank Aaron card. I'd bust him in. I just feel like those 2 cards have such power and so good going the other way that maybe you're doing them a favor.
1 strike.
And these players are so good, they can sit back and wait for that outside pitch and just go with it. You know, so we got Juan Soto there, takes that sinker outside. But, you know, his favorite card already went deep with him. 4th at bat here in the 6th.
Little chopper to short. This should end the inning. And it does. Diurnal draws closer, still trailing 9-5. 9-12-0 for Weens, 5-11-0 for Diurnal. As we're now in the bottom of the 6th of game 1, top of the order, Willie Mays.
That's a ball.
Looks at a ball low. He's ahead in the count, 2-0. That's in for a strike. It's 2-1. Chop foul to even the count.
Yeah, this is another inning that Diurnal would like to just limit the damage. He got top of the order. Hey, listen, if you give up 1, maybe 2, you're okay with it. You would love to put up a 0 here. Just to, you know, hang around. You can see Weens just ready for those inside pitches, every single one of them.
3-2.
Diurnal tries to go outside. Look at the pitch count in this at-bat alone. And Willie Mays eventually gets him. 107 off the bat. And it's now a 10-5 game here in the 6th.
That's why it's so tough to pitch to these guys, right? You were throwing inside pitches. He was turning on everything and on every single pitch. Then you go outside. It didn't matter. He goes the other way. Perfect as well. So tough outs.
And it's now back-to-back. Mays, Ruth. It's an 11-5 advantage for Weens as he's starting to show the power stroke here in the bottom of the 6th. And quickly, Diurnal will get his bullpen up, and we will have a pitching change. It's Manny Machado as Paul O'Neill gets roughed up here to start the 6th.
Yeah, quick trigger there. Second time we're going to see Manny Machado today. But again, it's a 6-run game. He knew, again, 2 runs, that's it. He knows he cannot allow any more. Manny Machado's going to get Hank Aaron to roll over. And that's what you were talking about. We were talking about how do you pitch to Hank Aaron. That time he got the pitch outside, you know, to roll one over. But again, if you're Diurnal, you've seen enough, right? 2 runs is more than enough. You don't want to fall into a bigger deficit here.
Well, he just did, because Chipper Jones goes opposite field. 3rd homer of the inning. Mays, Ruth, now Jones.
And they just have these big innings. They just have those. They get hot just like that, and they could put up 5 or 6, and that's it. Now he's 3 runs away from that mercy rule that we've been talking about. Only 1 out.
Yeah, the mercy rule is definitely in play here. 3 more runs, as you said, for that come across. If 3 more runs come across here in this inning, then game 1 is over. Ernie Banks, 2 for 3. Very late on 97. Here's the 2-2. Chopper to Jones. He'll set his feet and throw across the diamond in time, and there's 2 down. Jorge Posada homered earlier. He's 1 for 3. Posada knocks it down. Throw over to first in time as Jorge Posada was running with a refrigerator on his back down the line. And that retires the side. So we go to the 7th. Weens is up 12-5. Diurnal has a lot of work to do. Chipper Jones, this won't help. Can of corn, there's 1 away.
And again, Wade Boggs been effective so far. You know, I'm sure they haven't seen Wade Boggs a whole lot so far, because we haven't. That ball is hit deep to center field. That should stay in the ballpark. It will. So 2 quick outs here for Weens, who's 1 out away from getting out of the 7th and 3 runs from getting that mercy.
Yep, 3 runs from a possible or a definite mercy rule. If he's able to get out number 3 here to start the 7th. As Babe Ruth is ahead in the count 2-0. Wade Boggs on for his 2nd inning of work.
And we've seen Weens get hot like that, go back to back, get a few perfects in a row. The same thing Diurnal can do. So even if there's 2 outs, you still got Babe Ruth with Posada on deck. Those are 2 great hitters still.
Hitters count 3-1. Serve the other way. Banks is there. Throw is there. And that's out number 3. 7th inning stretch time. Weens 3 runs away from ending game 1. He's going to start with Jackie Robinson, and Jackie Robinson's going the other way, a long way. 13-5 here in the 7th. 2 runs away from a mercy rule.
What a great swing. Another perfect oppo tackle. That's the 3rd, I think the 3rd one of the day that he goes perfect opposite field home run.
Go Bucks in the chat. Tricks in the chat. How's everyone doing? Thanks for watching.
Ball 1. Ball.
As here's Corey Seager. 2-0 count. As the new pitcher is Riley Green.
And he brought in Riley Green to face the lefty Corey Seager, but he does have back-to-back righties after this. Obviously, the 3-batter minimum.
Oh, make him stop. Corey Seager. A moonshot to left center field. 108 off the bat. We're now a run away from the end of game 1.
Yeah, that ball was destroyed. 479 left center field, lefty. I was saying brought in the lefty to face the lefty, but now he's going to have to face 2 righties in a row and Weens 1 swing away from ending the game.
Diurnal should just troll everyone and ask for a friendly quit. Hey, you want to start over? So here's Mookie Betts.
Yeah, we'll start over game 2.
As Mookie Betts fights that one off. It's 1-2.
Ball 2.
Looks at a circle change outside to even the count at 2-2.
Count full.
That'll run the count full with Willie Mays on deck. He homered in his last at bat. Betts out in front of that one, and we'll do it again.
That's ball 4.
And he walked him. So now the potential game-ending run is on base and nobody out.
Nope.
Yayo, you changing your strategy at all, knowing that that runner at first, if he scores, the game is over?
1-1.
I mean, there's not much to it. I think you're trying to get an out. Maybe a double play if you're lucky, but you know, these players are.
What about if you're Weens? What about if you're Weens?
Oh no, same approach. He feels like he's locked in right now, right?
Okay.
He knows that a right center field shot here would end it. I think he's just ready to turn on the hard stuff inside and just go oppo. The same thing. I mean, he got 14 runs in 6+ innings. So
Oh. Tried to check his swing, but couldn't. That's a big out number 1 there for Diurnal. And that'll bring up the lefty Babe Ruth. This could get him out of the inning. Over to second for 1. Back over to first in time. And on the brink of getting closed out in game 1, Diurnal gets a big double play, and we move on to the 8th inning.
Yeah, he gets to live to see another day, right? He got out of it. That double play was huge there. He's running out of outs, though. He only has 6 outs to play with. He needs some runs. He needs them now.
Well, Weens was trying to steal my gimmick. If you watch my streams on twitch.tv/RealRoFlow, you'll know that no one hits into more double plays than I do.
Usually first pitch too, right?
Yes. Yeah. Nobody out. Bases loaded. First and third, 1 out. Yeah, here's a double play.
Yeah.
Kayshawn joining us here on Twitch. How you doing? Good to see you. The Berserker. Thank you, Berserker. Appreciate you joining us. Alongside Yayo, I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. Twitch.tv/Yayo is where you can find my man. And I'm at twitch.tv/RealRoFlow. So here's Jackie Robinson. Runner, the ball in the dirt. Runner is off, and the Mookie Betts didn't even bother covering second over there. I got a kind of a problem with that. Strikeout for out number 1.
Yeah. Like, just take it.
Yeah, just take it. And Corey Seager will take it and rip it. That's a perfect homer. And it's a 2-run job, and it cuts the lead in half, 14-7. Make it 14-8. Adley Rutschman. As Diurnal goes back to back. How about this, Yayo? From
here we go. On
the brink of being eliminated here in game 1. Now he's hit a couple of homers and now has another base runner. It's 14-8.
Yeah, and just like that, it's a 6-run game. He survived another inning. Like I was saying, he needs runs. He needed them now. He's getting them now quick, too. He got Juan Soto, his favorite hitter. He's going to have to go lefty-lefty again.
Runner is off.
That's smart. That's smart. Stay out of the double play. You know the game is giving it to you. Might as well just take it, right?
All right, so here's Juan Soto. He did homer earlier. He's 1 for 4. Look, big swing here. Changes the feel of this game 1.
Definitely feels like the momentum would shift. But at the same time, Wins is the home team. He would technically have two more. He'll have a chance at getting some insurance runs in the bottom of the 8th now. Try to get some of those runs back that he just gave up, but, you know, rounds that one out. That's going to be out number 2.
That'll leave it up to Chipper Jones to extend the inning. He's 2 for 4, facing Paul O'Neill. Refresh my memory. Are Chipper's splits against lefties better or worse than against righties?
Yeah, I think he has a little bit more power against righties. He still has 125 clutch, which is the situation right here, but 107 power against lefties. Obviously, especially at this stadium, we know that's more than enough. But I do think he's probably around 120, I want to say, power against righties.
All right, payoff pitch from O'Neill. And we'll do it again. Chipper Jones. Fly ball. This is going to stay in the yard. And that retires the side. But Diurnal gets some runs back. 2 homers in the inning, 1 from Seager, 1 from Rutschman. It's 14-8 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. And Weens trying to add on here, leading by 6. And with a player as good as Diurnal, you can never have enough runs.
Yeah, no, you want to get a couple those runs back. If you can end it, you're going to try to end it. Obviously, he's 4 runs away from it. But Riley Green came in the 7th and did his job. Not this time.
Well, job not done because Hank Aaron just took him out of the yard. 451 feet away for Hank Aaron, and it's now a 15-8 game. And Diurno will get some bullpen activity going. He'll also bring in a new pitcher, Raisel Iglesias.
Which the last time we saw Raisel Iglesias in the first series, it did not go well.
It did not. And it doesn't start well here. Chipper Jones, right center field. It's out of here. Back-to-back homers to start the bottom of the 8th. He's got 143 homers with Chipper Jones alone. I don't even know if I have 143 homers as during the course of the year in online play. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
And that's Weens. Diurno is the one that has every card parallel 5. So I want to see some of those stats with that Diurno has as he goes down swing with Ernie Banks. Weens does there.
Posada's first pitch swinging. Lazy fly ball. Soto is there, and there's 2 down. All right, so Weens is in the pause menu. I think he's probably getting his bullpen. Maybe he's doing some bullpen, just checking on the bullpen or something along those lines. As Jackie Robinson, 2 for 4, looks at a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, and we talked about, I mentioned Raisel Iglesias. He does have 125 hits per 9 in clutch, which is as high as you can go, but he's been getting hit around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Give up a home run. There's a base hit. Feel comfortable against him.
All right, so a chance here. Once again, this could be a chance to end the game here if Seager goes deep.
One ball.
A little late on that sinker at 96.
Here's the 1-2.
That's a ball.
Spits on that to even the count at 2-2. Good speed at first in the form of Robinson. Ooh, that is dotted up. Dottie Pippen, Raisel Iglesias, and that retires the side. We go to the top of the 9th. Diurno down to his final 3 outs here in this game 1. It'll be 4, 5, and 6. How about Hank Aaron, 0 for 4 so far in game 1?
What do you got?
Yeah, you don't see that often, right? He's had 8 runs in the first 8 innings, and he needs 8 in the 9th to tie the game. Let's see if he got some magic in him. It's a lot of 8s.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Lazy fly ball. Center fielder there, Mays, and that's out number 1.
It's looking like Weens might come out on top here in game 1. That doesn't mean the series is over. It's a best of 3. We know what Diurno can do. We've seen it.
Yeah, I had this series going 3 myself.
No.
I would be shocked if we had a sweep one way or the other. These players are too good, too closely matched. As Babe Ruth is going to face a 2-2 pitch from Paul O'Neill. Ooh, tried the corner but missed. And that'll run the count full with Jorge Posada on deck.
And it's like you say, they're too good, and at the same time, they're so good that sometimes you can have those 16-8 games or a mercy rule, but that doesn't define the series.
Correct.
Now the game 2, it could go the other way. Diurno could be the one that comes out firing, depending on the starting pitcher, depending on everything. Maybe he now feels like less pressure because he's like, well, I got nothing to lose. There's so many things to consider that could go either way.
Diurno down to his final strike, and Posada fights that one off. And we'll do it again. Got him. Strikeout to end it as Weens halfway home to appearing next weekend in the Grand Circuit Final, thanks to a 16-8 win over Diurno in this best-of-3 semifinal series. Now with a chance, Yayo, to close Diurno out if he's able to win in Game 2. What stood out to you about Weens' Game 1 win?
I mean, he got hot. He had those 2 big innings that basically decided the entire game. But also on the pitching side of things, holding Diurnal to just 8 runs, we know that's a very difficult task to accomplish, and he did that.
Yeah, Diurnal jumped out on top. Chipper Jones off Roy Halladay, a little wall scraper there to get Diurnal on the board and get the scoring started. But then in the 3rd, Weens caught fire. Ernie Banks going deep.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Diurnal, he got off to an early lead, but like I mentioned earlier during that game, he didn't have that big inning just yet. But Weens came out and had that big inning, and then it felt like Diurnal had to try to climb him back up and avoid the mercy rule a couple times. So it was almost too much. I felt too much. And again, the games are going to be decided with those big innings.
Yeah, the 8th inning, to your point, Weens had a chance to trigger the mercy rule, but Diurnal got a double play to get out of the inning. Then he got a couple of homers in the top of the 8th, but in the bottom of the 8th, Weens was able to get some of those runs back. Henry Aaron, Chipper Jones, and that was the difference there. I mean, it wasn't the only difference, but it really put the distance between Weens and Diurnal at a sizable margin as we were in the final innings there. All right, so 16-8, that is your Game 1 final. What are you looking for in Game 2 as Diurnal tries to stave off elimination against Weens?
Yeah, it's going to be very similar to the first series that we had. The home team, which was Wavy Turtle, won Game 1. I wanted to see if he could come out aggressive and get some runs early. Same thing for Weens. He was the home team. He won Game 1. Now he's going to have the opportunity to come out firing in that first inning as the road team and see if he can get the early lead and just run away with it.
All right, as you can see, the totals there, 20 hits on 16 runs for Weens, 14 hits, 8 runs for Diurnal. It seems to me kind of one prevailing theme, Yayo, is if you do not score in double figures in these games, you're not going to win more often than not. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, and that's why I say the big innings, right? You can score 1 run per inning, and it'll be 9 runs total. That's not going to be enough, right? You got to have those 3, 4, 5 runs an inning, at least a couple of those. Get that 12 plus, 15 plus runs to put yourself in a better situation.
Okay, we're going to take a quick timeout. Game 2 is right around the corner. Couple of things. Make sure your account is connected because the Twitch drops are active. So make sure you've done that at theshow.com. He's Yayo. I'm Robert. Game 2, Diurnal and Weens coming up right after this. Stay with us.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go!
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo taking down a trio!
Let's create moments from the games you love.
I'll take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rick Whitfield embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays will begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rick Wood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your one-way ticket to Team Affinity and beyond. We're coasting into sunny San Diego, California to celebrate Mr. Padre himself and the 25th anniversary of his 3,000th hit. And while we're on the Team Affinity Highway, say hello to the brand new action figure card series. And finally, choose your exit wisely because we got too many good things on the horizon. A burrito with French fries. I'm in.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Finds the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
Welcome back alongside MLB The Show player and friend of the community, Yayo. I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. We're getting you set for Game 2 of this semifinal series. The winner claims the final spot in next weekend's Grand Circuit Final, in which 8 players will be battling for $51,000 in cash prizes. We do have a closeout opportunity that we'll tell you more about that. But we want to remind you, if you have family or maybe you have friends that are gamers or just haven't tried MLB The Show 24, if they're a PlayStation Plus member, this is the good time of month for them to give it a try, because MLB The Show 24 is the September monthly game in PlayStation Plus. It's available to download on Premium, Extra, and Essential, so be sure to do that. Spread the word. MLB The Show 24 Season 3 is in full effect. The out-of-position players. I kind of like the wrinkle, Yayo. I like it this late in the season. Something different.
Yeah, we might not be seeing a lot of that in the lineups, but we're seeing it in the bullpen, right? So we're seeing a lot of bullpen arms out of position, and I like it. It's a different thing that we're seeing this year. First time we've had it in MLB The Show.
Yeah, remember, you do have for these tournament games, you've got the Season 3 cards. They are eligible to be used. The core cards are eligible to be used. Players can also use wild card spots. So that's why we've seen a few wild cards be used during the course of this tournament. As we stand now, Weens leads this best-of-3 series 1-0. He has a chance to advance to next weekend in Game 2 against Diurnal. What are you going to be looking for here, as Diurnal will be the home team here in Game 2?
I'm curious to see how Wing comes out top of the first. Is he going to get a few runs and put the pressure immediately on Diurnal? But at the same time, if you're Diurnal, you have to do the same thing that we're going to do. We have to forget about Game 1. You know, you want to force a game 3. Just got nothing to lose, everything to gain. So I'm curious to see if the bats are hot. He ended up scoring 3 runs in the 8th inning there in last inning. So try to get that momentum into Game 2 and hopefully come out on top and force a Game 3.
All right, Weens will be the visiting team. Diurnal will be the home team. Weens with a chance to close this series out and end it right here, right now. Of course, Diurnal with a chance or hope to extend this to a 3rd game. So once again, Diurnal is in the field. He's the home team. Weens will be leading off with Willie Mays. Willie Mays announced his presence in Game 1. Really, in Game 1, Weens had a bunch of his lineup provide some dividends.
Yeah, he had that big home run that it just stayed fair. He had that big diving play as well up in center field. So he does it all, and that's why he's there for Weens leading off.
All right, the Mr. Rain, thanks for joining the chat. Thanks for the kind words here. Alongside Yayo, I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. As Austin Riley, one of those out of position cards, gives up a base hit up the middle to start Game 2 here. So Willie Mays is aboard with a base hit.
And here we go. Weens is just not taking the foot off the gas. He wants some runs early and just put the pressure on Diurnal. Leadoff single, a lot of speed at first. You got Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron coming up. You know, you got the big boys.
Babe Ruth ahead in the count, 2-0. Looks at a cutter at the knees. It's 2-1. And Babe Ruth skies one to right. Quick start for Weens here in Game 2.
Yeah, Weens is locked in. That was 5'10", 510 feet, 111 off the bat. That's insane, but that's Babe Ruth. And first time we're seeing Austin Riley, another sinker cutter guy. Pretty generic windup though. But yeah, Weens just welcomed him with the bang.
So Austin Riley now facing Hank Aaron. 2 runs already in here to start the first inning, and we still don't have anyone out.
And now it's like, if you're Diurnal, what's going through your mind? I know it's early, right? But you just lost Game 1 by 8. You just gave up 2. You've played Weens enough to know that he is locked in, right? So what's your mindset? I'm curious about that.
Payoff pitch from Riley. Hank Aaron, that one's going to find the seats, and we'll do it again.
And we're getting word that Windstream audio is a little bit delayed, so we're going to stick with Diurnal's stream. So we'll see the pitching side of things for Diurnal, and then the hitting, obviously, from Diurnal, since we're watching only his stream.
Chopper pass, Chipper Jones. Diurnal got that bad luck animation there. I believe that Chipper Jones cards has diamond fielding, so I'm a little bit surprised he didn't come up with it.
Yeah, I didn't get to see how, obviously not seeing the offensive side of thing. I don't know the exit velo on that. It didn't feel like it was the hardest ball, but wasn't able to make the play. 3 up, 4 wins, and still nobody outs.
So the first 3 batters of the inning have reached, and now the cleanup hitter, Chipper Jones. This could be 2. Flip for 1, fire for 2. That's a big double play there for Diurnal.
Yeah, that's big. You needed to get an out there. You got 2 of them in one swing. That's a beautiful thing to see. If you get out of this inning by just giving up 2 runs, you feel pretty good.
0-1's the count.
In steps in Ernie Banks. Batting better than 500 during the course of online play for Weens. That is pretty typical for his lineup. Gets a piece of that one to stay alive, and it's to remain 0-2.
And already 23 pitches is pitch number 24 for Austin Riley. He will get out of the first, though. Only give up 2. That's
not bad.
Not the end of the world.
Considering how the inning started with a bang, Babe Ruth, second batter of the game, goes yard, 2-0.
And we see Todd Helton here again. Now on the Diurnal facing Todd Helton. You used him in game 1. Now he's facing him.
Craig Biggio steps in, leadoff batter. Batting .489. Fly ball, deep right field. Gone. Leadoff homer for Craig Biggio.
And where did he hit it to? Opposite field.
Exit velo of 88 miles per hour. Ugh.
Yeah, he had the launch angle. Laughing Mountain took care of the rest.
Well, that's perfect. Right up the box. Back-to-back hits to start the bottom of the first for Diurnal.
Yeah, and again, you want to answer back. You gave up 2. You want to answer back. You have the leadoff home run. Then you have the perfect. This is your time to have that big inning. Again, I mentioned earlier how, you're going to have 1-run innings, maybe 2, but you want to have those 5 and 6 run innings, especially here early in the game. Take a quick, big lead. It will be big for Diurnal.
And Chipper Jones sends one deep to right field. This one will be playable. And that's out number 1.
Having Hank Aaron there with mid-80s speed is just not fair. He's 5-tool car there for Hank Aaron. Now he's here at the plate. Tough to double up with that 85+ speed. I'm sorry.
And that is nicely done there to start the double play, but they can't get their runner at first, so the inning will continue. And Babe Ruth steps in left on left against Todd Helton.
Man, he just wasn't hit hard enough for the yeah, he was ready too for that one. 106 off the bat, just early on it, but
Yep, that ball went out.
tries the cutter on the outside corner, just misses. It's 2-1.
That's it.
Hitters count now 3-1 with Jorge Posada on deck.
That's such a tough pitch there, lefty, that slider outside.
Runner is off, and he can walk home. Babe Ruth, 2-run homer. Babe Ruth homered in the top of the first. Babe Ruth homers in the bottom of the first. And it's now a 3-2 game as Diurnal takes the lead.
So you're saying Babe Ruth is good?
He seems good. He seems like he could work.
And this is huge for Diurnal, right? You gave up 2, but you answer back with at least 3. You're saying I'm not done yet. I like that. I like seeing that fight from him.
Hitman on deck. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate it. Glad you're here.
No, that's low.
As Jorge Posada looks at a ball low, it's 2-2.
And you can just see the swings he's putting on Todd Helton, the at-bats, the takes. Even sometimes just watching how they take certain pitches, you can tell they're locked in and reading the pitcher well.
Here's another 2-2 from Helton. Tried to go inside, but Posada fouls it off. We'll do it again.
There's that four-seamer. You don't use it often on sinker cutter pitchers, but when you throw the four-seamer, it can throw off the opponent. I feel like that's what happened that time.
Well, big out there to get out of the inning, but not before Diurnal scores 3 runs to take the lead. As Jorge Posada starts the second inning. 6, 7, 8 due up for Weens, who is trailing 3-2. He leads in the series 1-0. You can look in the left-hand corner of your screen. It'll tell you what game of the series you're watching. Also, right-hand lower corner, you can see the status of the series. You see that white box there that indicates Weens has won game 1. And Weens has started the top of the second with a leadoff hit from Jorge Posada.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how quick Diurnal would pull the trigger and make it a bullpen game. Obviously facing elimination in this game. Weens already put up 2 in the first. Leadoff single here. That's going to be...
This could be 2.
A double play. Yeah, so...
Wow. He got Jackie Robinson in a double play.
Yeah, and I don't even think the defense was playing double play depth, so that's pretty impressive, but it was a hard hit grounder. Easier to turn 2 there. Racing there by Corey Seager. Perfect.
Well, that one's going to roll up against the wall. It's Corey Seager with a 2-out knock. Boy, how big does that double play look now? That definitely would have scored at least 1 run.
Yeah.
And now the 9-hole hitter, supercharged Mookie Betts, looks at a strike, and it's 0-1.
That's that 4-seam. Again, sinker cutter guy. Yep. Sinker cutter guy. You sometimes want to throw the 4-seam. He threw the sinker that time, and I think Weens was ready for it. Perfect. 2-run bomb. Takes the lead right back.
It's now 4-3. Second consecutive inning that Weens has gone yard to open here in game 2. That cutter finds the zone. It's 1-1. Little dribbler. Seager scoops, fires, got him. So a big home run there from Weens with 2 down in the top of the second, and he's back on top 4-3. Jackie Robinson starts us off here in the bottom of the second.
A little bit of an unusual swing there by Weens, right? Extending the zone. He was leaning forward, hit that weak grounder there. You don't see those often from players like of that caliber. So that's a good thing for Diurnal on the pitching side of things.
Here's Corey Seager, the 8-hole hitter, batting with 1 down here in the bottom of the second. Perfect. Stays in the yard, and it's a loud single with 1 down.
It's so impressive how they turn on those inside sinkers, lefty, perfect on Legend. Like that is not easy to do. It's not easy to do on All-Star. It's not easy to do on Veteran, and they're doing it on Legend.
So here's Adley Rutschman. Ahead in the count, 2-1. Able to hold back on that one. Hitters count now 3-1. Ooh, turned on that one, but was in front, and that'll run the count full. See if we see the runner off at first. He does not head to second. Instead, he'll watch that one go foul, and we'll do it again.
Just look at that PCI placement all over it.
Adley Rutschman in the nitro zone. 110 off the bat. Perfect. Diurnal on top, 5-3.
Yeah, what a great swing. And again, and Diurnal just keeps answering back. Obviously early in the game, but hey, Weens is putting up a couple, but then Diurnal answers right back. That's a huge for Diurnal there.
So that'll bring up Craig Biggio, 1 for 1. Heading the count 3-0, and he has the green light, and that one's out of here. Craig Biggio, 3-0. Second homer of the inning. It's now 6-4.
Yeah, and you just can't throw the sinkers or a pitch down the middle, even if it's 3-0. You don't know when they have the green light and when they don't. I feel like they always do, especially on a pitch down the middle. They're just gonna react and not slam the PCI and just hit a perfect bomb most of the time.
So a 6-4 game here in the bottom of the second. Diurnal needs to win this game to force a deciding game 3. Diurnal is the home team, and he's currently leading 6-4. And ahead in the count, 3-1.
And you can tell Diurnal now is feeling more comfortable at the plate. Put up 8 in game 1. He already has 6. He's not even done. He's not even out of the second inning just yet. Yep, 3-2. One got away from it there, but again, Diurnal just looks a lot more comfortable now in this game. It might be a Todd Helton thing.
Yeah, I think Weens is going to get some, well, he definitely had some bullpen activity. He's going to bring in another left-hander. It'll be Paul O'Neill, and he's greeted rather rudely as Chipper Jones smokes one to right field. Runners now at first and second, still only one away.
Yeah, maybe he just feels comfortable against lefties. I mean, it's this... It's an interesting move there by Weens because he brought in a similar type of pitcher, right? Lefty, sinker, cutter kind of guy. So
that's inside.
Which I know that's most of the arms that they have in the bullpens, but.
Oh, Hank Aaron. No doubt about it. Third home run of the inning. Diurnal is opening things up here in game 2, leading 9-4. And here's another hard hit ball. That one is going to get down. Up against the wall. Another extra base hit. 4th extra base hit of the inning.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's locked in, only one out. I mean, Weens know that he knows that Diurnal is locked in. That's why he went to the bullpen. But right now, you just need an out. You just need to get out of this. Very similar to game 1.
Here's Jorge Posada.
1-1.
Game 1, Weens was a couple runs away from a mercy rule multiple times.
Oh, Jorge Posada. Yeah, that was 108 off the bat. Just couldn't keep it fair. Tried to check his swing. He did. It's 2-2.
Full count.
Oh, mommy. Jorge Posada off the quick pitch sign. Quick pitch Monday through Saturday after the games on MLB Network. Yeah, so
I like that plug-in.
I'm a company man, Yayo.
I like it.
You know, in game 1, we had a couple of instances where Weens had a chance to run rule Diurnal. The script has been flipped here in game 2.
Yeah, 11-4. Again, 11 runs. Still not out of the second inning. And that's what I said before the first pitch of this game, where Diurnal just had to forget about game 1, try to bring that momentum by the 3 runs that he scored at the end of game 1. And again, it's just like that. It's so happened. Both players are so good that either one can have these big innings.
So Corey Seager, who homered in his first at bat, steps in the bottom of the second. 11-4 is the score here. He's late on that one, and the count runs full. Man, Wade Boggs has run into a buzzsaw here in the bottom of the second. This should end the inning. And it does. But not before 4 extra base hits in that inning. And Diurnal has opened up a 7-run lead here as we go to the 3rd.
Yeah, even the outs are hard hit balls right at people. That's just a sign of how locked in Diurnal was for that inning. And if you're Weens, you know you got to score here because you don't want to put yourself in a mercy rule territory. And we've been talking about the mercy rule because we've seen it plenty of times before. We just haven't seen it today.
As Babe Ruth looks at that ball inside, it is 2-2. Austin Riley now working with a big lead here in the 3rd inning. That was a circle change up in the zone, and he got away with it. Ruth sends it a ways, but it's going to die on the track, and there's one away.
I guess sometimes you have to try different things, right? Circle change up. Let's see if this works. Since
sometimes your opponent, if you throw a pitch down the middle, it'll throw your opponent off.
Yep, not that time.
Well, no, not that time. That pitch down the middle was sent a long way. Hank Aaron, another home run, cuts the lead to 6.
Right on cue.
That's a ball.
Yeah, the thing is that maybe these players don't tend to miss those pitches down the middle. They might miss a circle change up and in because it's like, what is that, right? Who throws that? But he destroyed that fastball.
Well, this one's going to stay in the yard. In fact, it's going to stay in the infield. 2 down.
And I think that, was talking about how long will Diurno go with Austin Riley? How quick would he go to the pen? Now with a 6-run lead, you have a little bit more room there.
Ball 1.
Goes high up and in, and it's 1-2. Going to try to now go down and in. And Ernie Banks sends one deep to right over the head of Juan Soto. Soto spins and fires, but it's a 2-out double for Ernie Banks.
And Juan Soto is Diurno's favorite card he mentioned, but defensively and the speed-wise is not the same as the other 5-tool outfielders that are out there. He wasn't able to make that play, and it's going to cost him.
Yeah, because Jorge Posada goes deep. 2-run blast. And now it's a 4-run game, as Weens is not going away here in the early stages. We're just in the 3rd inning, Yayo.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my. We got 18 runs across so far. And there's Austin Riley. Austin Riley leaves, and Riley Green comes in with a 1 pitch, 1 out. Just get out of the inning there. And Diurno knows that at this point he's going to need 20+.
Well, right now he's got 11 as he bats here in the bottom of the 3rd. 9, 1, and 2. Rutschman has a home run.
Ball inside.
As Wade Boggs now tries to hold this offensive juggernaut down. However, Rutschman goes the other way, and it's a leadoff knock to start the 3rd. That'll bring up Craig Biggio. He has a homer. He's 2 for 2.
He's going off Taco again.
Tell you what, like I said, I wouldn't pitch this card in the outer 3rd or Hank Aaron. Those cards love pitches, taking pitches the other way. Here's the 3-1. Hard hit ball up the middle. Base hit. They're going to hold the runner at second, so runners now 1st and 2nd, no one out for Juan Soto.
I think we're going to have to use this Craig Biggio card a little bit, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be down the line, past the diving Babe Ruth. Runner from 3rd, heading home. Throw is cut off, and the throw is not in time. It's now 12-7.
And don't blink. Don't blink. Still nobody else. Men in the corners. You got Chipper, Hank Aaron, and Babe Ruth. Probably the top 3 hitters in the game. Back to back to back. This could get out of hand.
Nope, that's a ball.
It's back up to a 5-run deficit for Weens.
Ball inside.
And Diurnal looking for more here in the bottom of the 3rd.
That's ball 3.
And he's ahead in the count, 3-0. He might have the green light here. He did. Here's the 1-2.
Ball 4.
Excuse me, the 3-1 is low and away. And now the bases are loaded for Hank Aaron.
Yeah, this is a big moment here early in the game.
Now, Yayo, again, it bears mentioning. One swing of the bat. And this game gets into mercy territory.
Yeah, we'll give him a 9-run lead if my math is correct, with still nobody else. Obviously, it would have to be after the 4th, but
correct.
You would put yourself in a very good situation or opportunity to get that mercy rule.
As Aaron fouls that one off, and we'll do the 2-2 again. Bases loaded, no one out. Hank Aaron Early swing. It's going to hang up for the left fielder. Probably not deep enough to score the run. And that's a big out number one for Weens.
And that's huge. Nobody else. Runner did not advance. You still got Babe Ruth, who can be, you know, you can't turn two on him. It's not the fastest guy around. You bring in the lefty. It's a good move by Weens. He's trying to, you know, get out of this with no damage.
And Babe Ruth, wow, 108 off the bat, but he was well out in front. Left on left as Riley Green comes on out of the pen. Here's the 1-1.
Nope, outside. That's ball 3.
And we saw Diurno earlier go lefty-lefty with Babe.
That's ball 3.
And he walked him, and that forces in a run, and it's now 13-7.
Nope, that's inside.
Yeah. Uncharacteristic there from Weens. That pitch wasn't even close.
That's out.
Either. And Jorge Posada now, I mean, now one swing would put him with the 10-run lead.
Tried to check his swing, but the point was moot. It was in there for a strike. Grounded to third. They'll come home for 1. Over to first for 2, and that ends the inning. So a big double play there for Weens to get out of major trouble in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, bases loaded, nobody out. You know, getting out of there with that is huge. It's a huge play. And now you feel like momentum is on him, and you're like, okay, this is the inning where he can have that big inning where he had like a couple of those in game 1.
All right, so Corey Seager starts the top of the 4th for Weens.
Ball 2.
He's got a big hill to climb, but he's certainly more than capable. Backhanded stop by Posada. Steps on the bag, and there's one away.
Riley Green, I feel like he's been good today. We've seen a lot of good things from him.
Counts 1-0.
Maybe I shouldn't say that, but, you know. We know how that goes.
And Mookie Betts, supercharged Mookie Betts, has a 2-run homer already in this game. Riley Green pulled the string, and there's 2 down. Willie Mays, first pitch swinging, sends that one into the seats.
If you're Weens, you got to get this 2-out rally started here with Willie. You're down 6. You know Diurno is feeling good at the plate, even though he didn't have that big swing in the 3rd inning. He still had bases loaded, nobody out. So that tells you that he's still locked in.
Ball 1.
That misses low. It's 1-2.
That's in. Ball 2.
Pitch number 17 coming for Riley Green.
That's a very well placed sinker there.
Oh, I tell you what, that pitch hung, and Mays swung and swung hard.
How far did that go? 482.
Holy
I mean,
moly, you could see that circle change just hang in the inner third, and Willie Mays made him pay.
Yeah, Weens was not missing that one. That caught way too much of the plate, gave him the time because it was a sinker, gave him, or the circle change, it gave him time to just sit back and wait on it.
Nope, inside. Ball 2.
So a 2-out solo home run extends the inning for now Babe Ruth. This should end the inning. Robinson over to first, and that retires a side. Willie Mays draws Weens even closer with a solo homer, but it's still 13-8 as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good things from Riley Green. Weens is sticking with Riley Green here.
Little dribbler. This could be trouble.
Oh.
But Chipper Jones is up for the task, and quickly there's 1 down.
That cutter caught way too much plate. Diurno wants that pitch back.
Oh, that ball is well struck. Left center field, excuse me. And it is a solo home run as Diurnal extends his lead to 14-8.
Yeah, that one caught way too much plate again. It wasn't down the middle, but it caught way too much plate. And when somebody like Diurno is so locked in, he's not gonna miss those much.
That's past Chipper Jones. Hey, Chipper, you got to dive for that or something, man. You just can't give me that Olay stuff like Dorn in Major League.
Did he go?
It's Craig Biggio 3 for 3. Ooh. Oh my. I feel like he's hitting like 857 today from all the players using him.
Yeah, this has been a very popular card. Oof. Nearly missed that one. 101 off the bat. Here's another 2-1. That one misses inside. It's now 3-1. Oh, perfect destruction. Craig Biggio. It's now 16-8. And Yayo,
yep,
the mercy rule is in play here.
Is definitely in play. I think that's the second home run from Craig Biggio on a pitch down the middle. The last time was with the 3-0 count, I believe. So that is huge. Bloop and a blast ends it. Would end it for Diurno to force a game 3. And he has his favorite hitter at the plate now in Juan Soto.
Soto's 2 for 2 with a homer. That one misses inside. It's 1-2. Once again, if a player has a 10-run advantage after 4 innings, the game is over. And now we're a run away here in this half inning from Diurno from that happening. It's now 17-8. One swing here by Chipper Jones potentially ends game 2.
And he still has 2 outs to play with. I mean, 17 runs in 3 1/3. Like, it's what an offensive performance by Diurno.
That's ball 2.
Spits on that one from Jose Trevino. It's 2-1. Early on that one, chop foul.
3-2.
It's now 3-2. Payoff pitch from Trevino. Little jam shot and lined out to the center fielder, Willie Mays.
Yeah, that was a great pitch. That cutter just perfectly placed.
Yep, that ball went out.
Now Diurno one more chance at that mercy rule.
So here's Hank Aaron. Oh, just late. That for me is the nitro zone for Hank Aaron. Pitching away seems to me to do him a favor. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. And this game is over. Game 2 ends in a mercy rule. Diurno forces a deciding game 3, which will be starting here in about 5 minutes or so. So Weens takes game 1. Diurno with an emphatic win in game 2.
I mean, I'm not shocked, right? We mentioned that this could be the series that would go 3. We mentioned that these players are so good that either one can mercy the other, and that's exactly what happened. The first mercy of the day, it comes Diurno against Weens, and now anything can happen. Yeah,
I mean, look, it doesn't feel good to get boat raced like that. You know, if you're Weens, you know, they're in game 2, but at the same time, it counts just one win. So they're all tied up. And game 3, you're going to start fresh, 0-0.
It doesn't matter how you do it, right? He won game 1. He had to go 9. He was close to the mercy rule a couple times. It didn't matter. Still tied at 1. You're still going to game 3 for a chance at advancing to the grand finals and securing $1,500, but with a chance at competing for first place in $25,000.
Yeah, Weens had a 4-3 lead, but then things just got away from him in a huge second inning from Diurno.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Weens was hitting, but Diurno was answering back every single time, right? There were like 12 runs in the first 2 innings scored, and, you know, Diurno just didn't stop hitting. He had some big innings, but he just never had that bad inning, 1, 2, 3. It just didn't happen. Weens just couldn't get him out.
Yeah, as you see here in the 4th inning, Willie Mays was able to make it a 13-8 game. But in that bottom of the 4th, this is the game clincher. Hank Aaron Shocking, Yayo. He went opposite field, and it was a home run.
And we talked about it all day, right? And you keep mentioning, like, throw it inside. He keeps doing the damage going up Otako. Same with Craig Biggio, who went 4 for 4 with 2 home runs there. Obviously, it feels like everybody hit well for Diurnal in that game that he was locked in.
Yeah, 18 hits, 18 runs for Diurnal to force a deciding Game 3. And Game 3 is coming up. One more spot for next weekend's Grand Circuit Final. It is up for grabs. The winner of this Game 3, they're moving on to next weekend. Game 3 coming up right after this. Stay with us.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go!
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo taking down a trio.
Let's create moments from the games you love.
Come take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays will begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Welcome to Drive to Diamond Express, your one-way ticket to Team Affinity and beyond. We're coasting into sunny San Diego, California to celebrate Mr. Padre himself and the 25th anniversary of his 3,000th hit. And while we're on the Team Affinity Highway, say hello to the brand new action figure card series. And finally, choose your exit wisely because we got too many good things on the horizon. A burrito with French fries. I'm in.
This year's draft class is unbelievable.
Welcome to the show. Climbs the wall and she makes the catch.
This is a historic event this year.
Rated E for everyone.
Alongside Yayo, I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. We're getting you set for Game 3 of this last wild card round best of 3 series. It's Diurnal taking on Weens. Of course, the series is tied at 1 after Diurnal's Mercy Rule win in Game 2. A reminder, it's Double XP weekend on MLB The Show, so get on the sticks, start completing the program. And reminder, Season 3 features the out-of-position series. You got Randy Johnson as a left fielder. You got Paul Skeens as a catcher. You got Bob Gibson as a switch-hitting catcher. Bryce Harper, who was actually a catcher in his younger playing days. He's also there available for you. And just released and just announced over the weekend, I believe it was on Friday, Yayo, the 99 Corbin Carroll. That's a lightning card. You know that card's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and, you know, we haven't seen it in any of these teams, but somebody earlier had it on the bench, that 99 speed, you know, is going to be there. Hey, and it's also free cards to work on those collections and get those Jackie Robinson and all those cards that we're watching today. Yeah, the Hank Aaron card, which we've seen quite a bit. That's one of the cards that you can get provided that you make enough progress on your Season 3 program. All right, Yayo, what are you looking forward to as we get ready for this deciding Game 3? The winner advances to next weekend's Grand Final. I have no clue what's going to happen. We've seen the home team win out both games. I think it depends on who gets off to a hot start, right? We saw Weens hot in Game 1, kind of slowed down a little bit in Game 2, and the exact opposite for Diurnal. Kind of slow in Game 1. He had 8 runs, and in this game, he ended up with 18, right? So it's one of those games that anything can happen. They could also, both of them could go off for 20-plus runs. That wouldn't shock me either.
Yeah, what we can tell you is that Weens is going to be the home team. Diurnal will be the visiting team. So here we go. We are underway. Craig Biggio facing Mason Wynn, who gets the start for Weens here. You surprised that he's going with Mason Wynn?
No, I like it. It's one of those that he does have outlier. That, you know, there's value in that. He has a sinker as well. He seems to be a very popular choice amongst the top players as well. Just the first time we're seeing him today, but at the same time, this is only the 5th game that we're seeing today as he gives up a base hit to who else?
Craig Biggio.
Craig Biggio.
Yeah, Craig Biggio's in the middle of a lot of rallies, and Biggio is off for second. The throw down is well late, and it's a stolen base. So Diurnal picking up right where he left off in Game 2 and already has a runner in scoring position, and his favorite card, Juan Soto, is at the plate. Oof. Did he get enough? I don't think he did. Mays is going back, still going back. I did not think he got enough of it, but did he ever? It's a 2-run blast. Diurnal jumps out on top, 2-0.
Yeah, he was just late on that one, but the PCI was perfectly placed, 100 miles off the bat. It went over the 420 sign or wall there over at center field. That's Laughing Mountain helping out a little bit as well. But quick 2 runs from Diurnal after putting up 18 in the last game. It's huge, and as he's trying to come back in this series.
All right, so Chipper Jones goes down swinging, and that's a big out number 1 for Mason Wynn and Weens, as he now has to deal with the cleanup hitter, Hank Aaron.
And we talk about Mason Wynn, if it's a good choice or not. So far, it doesn't look good, but it's the same as last game. Like, you know, they're going to put up 1 or 2 runs almost every inning. It's the big innings that you're trying to avoid as Hank Aaron goes hoppo.
Yeah, and you know what?
Again.
Diurnal could be in the midst of one of those big innings. Still only 1 down, another hit, 3 in the inning. 2 runs have come across, and there's still only 1 down.
And you got the best hitter in MLB The Show, probably history, in Babe Ruth against a righty.
Looks at a cutter in. It's 2-1. 3rd and deciding game here. We're tied at 1. The winner moves on to next weekend's 8-man field. Those 8 players battling for over $50,000 in cash prizes. There goes the runner. And Babe Ruth ropes one up against the wall, into the corner. Here comes the runner home. It is well late, and it's now 3-0 as Hank Aaron scores all the way from first on the hard hit ball from Babe Ruth. This could be 2, however. Over to second for 1, back over to first in time. And that seems significant, Yayo, because 3 runs come across after the way Diurnal was hitting. You'll take that if you're Weens.
Oh, 100%. You gave up 3, but at the same time, it could have been worse because, you know, getting 2 outs with 1 swing is huge. And this is the first time we're seeing Ellie as a starting here. We saw it come out of the pen in game 1 or 2, I believe, of the first series. But again, another hard throwing guy, and he has that slider. That's going to be the key pitch for him.
Fly ball. Right center field, Craig Biggio going back. He'll make the catch on the track. And there's 2 down. That'll bring up Hank Aaron.
That's a ball.
And he looks at a slider low and away. It's 1-0.
Ball 2.
We saw, you know, Ellie was very effective earlier in the other series, but we haven't seen it in this series. So I'm curious to see how Wings, does against him, because he doesn't have the 5 pitches. He only has 4. 2 of them are, you know, obviously I mentioned it, 4-seam and sinker, both of them with outlier. So
that one's sent foul, and we'll do it again. Payoff pitch from De La Cruz. Corey Seager on 1 hop makes the play, and quickly that ends the inning. So we go to the second. Diurnal leading 3-0. Here's Jackie Robinson. 7, 8, and 9 due up here in the second.
And if you put up 3 in the first, and then you come to the bottom of the first, and you don't give up a run, you feel very good about that if you're a Diurnal fan. And then lead off the second with a base hit.
Excellent speed aboard now with Jackie Robinson, and Corey Seager steps in as the 8-hole hitter. There goes Robinson. Posada's throw is in time. Weens may have been caught off guard in the first inning on the steal attempt, but he was up to the task there.
And I was about to say, I think he threw that sinker outside of the zone, expecting that stolen base as well, to get, you know, give himself a chance at throwing the runner out.
And Corey Seager flies out, and just like that, there's 2 down. Here's Adley Rutschman trying to extend the inning.
Ball inside.
That misses inside. It's now 2-0. Rutschman homered in game 2. As part of a big offensive outburst for Diurnal to force this game 2.
Well, that's off the plate.
He's ahead in the count now, 3-1.
Yeah, Wings right now, he's happy that Diurnal tried to steal second and it didn't work out for him that time, because he can get out of this inning without allowing a run.
Right up the box. Base hit for Rutschman to extend the inning here in the second. And we'll go back to the top of the order. And that'll bring up Craig Biggio. Singled the other way and eventually came around to score in a Babe Ruth home run.
He's been on fire. Feels like he's hitting again. I think he went 4 for 4 last game. He's 1 for 1 in this one.
Little roller. Banks over to Babe Ruth, and that retires the side. So we go to the bottom of the second. Weens trying to get on the board. He's got the heart of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Starting with Chipper Jones.
Too much plate there. I want to say that's a problem.
Well, Chipper Jones gets into one, and Weens is on the board.
I was going to say, with Ellie De La Cruz, the only problem with him is the control. You know, usually that's what happens with these hard-throwing pitchers, right? Their control is not the Greg Maddux-like. So you will see some mistake pitches from Ellie, but Weens needed that. Weens needed to get on the board and not fall behind by too much.
Inside, ball 1.
And that's a base hit to left field, and Ernie Banks is aboard. Back-to-back hits to start the second inning, and the tying run is at the plate in the form of Jorge Posada.
Here comes Weens, looking at the bullpen already. Mount Visit, he's trying to limit those big, you know, those big innings that we keep talking about. That's what you do, the Mount Visit there. Just, hey, calm down, it's fine.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Posada a little early there. Here's the 1-2. And we'll do it again. Swing timing good at 101.
That's great tunneling right there. Went forcing first and then that slider and got him to chase. It just didn't work out. Fouled it off.
Fouls off another one, and we'll do it again. And fouls off another one, and we'll do it again.
And he doesn't want to pitch outside. He keeps coming back inside. He's like, nope.
Got him. Ellie De La Cruz wins the battle, wears Posada down, and that's the first out of the inning. Jackie Robinson, nice stop by the other Jackie Robinson, but not in time. And it's ruled a base hit. Runners at first and second with one away. Corey Seager leans into one. High, deep, gone. A 3-run homer for Corey Seager. And Weens is on top 4-3.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, that infield hit as well helped him obviously there. It wasn't the hardest hit ball. Jackie wasn't able to make the play, and he made him pay for it with that 3-run home run.
That'll bring up supercharged Mookie Betts. He goes down swinging, and that's out number 2. Back to the top of the order is Willie Mays. He's 0 for 1. Looks at a front door slider, in for a strike.
That's such a great pitch too. As a hitter, you see that slider, you just take it and wait for something else.
Little blooper to left field. Hank Aaron's not going to be able to get to it. 2-out knock for Willie Mays here in the bottom of the second. That'll bring up the 2-hole hitter Babe Ruth.
It feels like everything's going Wynn's way right now in this bottom half of the second. So if you're Journal, you've seen enough. You need to get out of this right now.
Nice stop by Jorge Posada. Knocks it down, picks it up, and steps on the bag. And that retires the side.
Yeah, that's exactly what you needed. You've seen enough. He scored 3. Get out of that and go back at the plate and tie it up.
And Juan Soto begins the inning going the opposite field, and we're tied at 4.
That was a great swing, great opposite tackle there by Juan Soto. And we've seen him do so much damage with, Diurno with that Juan Soto so far.
He says that's his favorite card.
Again, this is a Game 7 scenario, right? So bullpen is got to be ready. When do you go to the bullpen? I'm curious to see how they manage that part of the game as well.
Well, Mason Wynn is going to get out number 1 as Chipper Jones flies out to deep right center field. That'll bring up Hank Aaron. 78 home runs in online play for Diurnal. He's 1 for 1 in this game. Here's the 0-1. Hard hit ball, shocking the other way, but it's going to hang up there for the right fielder, and there's 2 down.
And I guess what they're counting on is like, let me try to make him go the other way, where it's not necessarily the power side, but it's still enough. You're playing at Laughing Mound. The right field is not too far, so it hasn't worked out today as Babe Ruth just smoked that one. Unlucky inning there from Diurno, because both of those last 2 outs were great swings.
Well, we are tied at 4 after 3 in this deciding Game 3, and Hank Aaron says, tied, no more. Weens back on top. Hank Aaron solo homer. It's 5-4.
Yeah, and that ball just caught too much plate. Might be, it's still 5 runs in the third, 41 pitches, but at the same time, I mentioned the Game 7 scenario as Craig Biggio is going to track that one down. Wonder how much longer, Diurno goes with Ellie, because, it feels like Weens is seeing him well.
Yeah, pitch number 44 about to come here in the bottom of the third to Ernie Banks. Here's the 1-1. Lifted. Right field. Soto chasing. He's not going to get to it. It's a ground rule double for Ernie Banks, and that'll bring up Jorge Posada, as now Diurnal is going to get some bullpen activity. Wade Boggs is going to come in to replace Ellie De La Cruz. And he'll have to face the dangerous Jorge Posada.
And that's the thing. Once you see Ellie with 4 pitches, you know, you get through the lineup twice, you've seen enough. Because what else can he do? His 4-seam sinker and that slider and circle change. There's not much to it. That's why you want pitchers with 5 pitches on their repertoire. And he brought in Wade Boggs, but didn't matter.
Yeah, past the diving shortstop. It's an RBI double for Jorge Posada, and Weens has jumped out to a 6-4 lead.
And this is the wins that we were seeing in game 1. It feels like he's locked in right now. Scary.
Jackie Robinson 1 for 1. Looks at a sinker low. It's 1-0. That one is roped to left field. Fair ball. Posada rounding third. Headed for home. Robinson has an RBI double. It's 7-4 Weens here in game 3.
Yeah, and I said it looks like he's locked in, and it definitely is. Another perfect down the line. A lot of speed at second. And Weens is trying to put that pressure. He's trying to, you know, bounce back with the mercy of his own. There's only 1 out left, or 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Corey Seager is a very dangerous hitter too, especially against a righty.
That's ball 3.
All right, so Mookie Betts on deck. Dangerous time here. 3-1 from Boggs. Walked him. That will bring up Mookie Betts. And we're going to have a conference on the mound as he's going to bring in another pitcher. 3rd pitcher of the inning, Jose Barrios.
Yeah, again, game 7 scenario, right? I wonder if that was one of those intentional walks, trying to set up for the double play. Mookie is not necessarily the fastest guy. You bring in a guy with a sinker cutter, righty, trying to get a rollover.
Well, Betts ahead in the count, 2-1. Goes the other way. They're going to hold the runner at 3rd, and that will leave the bases loaded for the top of the order. And stepping to the plate, the dangerous Willie Mays.
That's a sign of Weens being locked in, not sending the runner. It was 99 speed to Juan Soto going to his right. So usually those get a little bit of a slower animation. He didn't care. He wanted Willie Mays there with the bases loaded because he feels like he's locked in right now.
Lazy fly ball. Is it going to be deep enough to score the runner? Biggio fields. Here's the throw home. It's going to be cut off. And a run scores to make it a 7-4 game. No, check that. That runner did not score. He bluffed to draw the throw, but ultimately remained at 3rd. And the base is loaded, 2 outs. Babe Ruth. Oh, good contact, but foul. Couldn't keep it fair. Here's the 0-1. High drive. Right field, forget about it. A grand slam for Babe Ruth. It's 11-4. And Yayo, we're in mercy rule territory here.
Yeah, Weens is locked in. I mean, he knew he had to score some runs there. Grand slam again. 11-4. We're going into the 4th, and Diurno has to bounce back here. If not, I mean, I can definitely see Weens just ending this early as well.
Yeah, once again, if there is a player with a 10-run advantage after 4 innings, this game is over. So Diurno is down 11-4. Conventional wisdom would tell you he would need to score some runs here because the way Weens is swinging the bat, he's not done scoring in the home half.
No, not at all. And we talked about the double-digit run scored. That's what you need. Weens is already there, right? Only after 3 innings. So it's now up to Diurno to answer back.
He's going to be starting this inning off with Jorge Posada. He's 0 for 1. As Mason Wynn gets him to swing very late on a sinker at 97, and that's out number 1. Here's Jackie Robinson.
And Mason Wynn has been pretty effective. You know, we just saw Diurno score 18 in 4 innings. And you know, we're in the 4th now. Mason Wynn has only given up 4. I mean, only because it's really not a lot, especially because of what we just saw last game.
So a 3-1 count with Corey Seager looming on deck. Line drive up the middle. It's going to hang up for the center fielder, Willie Mays, and there's 2 down.
It's a tad off on the PCI in that one, even though it's a fastball pretty much down the middle.
Corey Seager there gets around on one. That's going to be a fair ball. Hops up against the wall. 2-out double for Corey Seager. Now Adley Rutschman with a chance here with a runner at scoring position. Check swing, didn't go. It's 1-0.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
He's trying to beat Rutschman to the spot on the inside.
Ball in.
And he's fallen behind 3-0.
Nope, that's ball.
And he walked him on 4 straight pitches here.
Yeah,
so a little mini
fair.
rally here with 2 down. And Craig Biggio steps in. Now 5 straight balls thrown by Weens and Mason Wynn. Craig Biggio sends one to right field. It is a fair ball. Just like that, a 3-run homer cuts the lead to 4.
I mean, do you want me to say it again? That was Craig Biggio opposite field
Yeah,
again.
I mean, you gotta stop. You gotta stop pitching him out or third. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
feel
easy
like he
for
was
me. It's
very-
easy for me to say I've never made a World Series, so what do I know? But
Yeah, he was very careful against Adley, but Craig Biggio has been on fire. He was the guy on deck, so he made him pay.
so a big time reply here from Diurnal after he was down 11-3, and all this damage has happened with 2 outs. Back-to-back 2-out walks, and then the 3-run homer from Craig Biggio has changed the complexion of this inning. Juan Soto couldn't check his swing. That retires the side, but big inning there for Diurnal. He's only down 4 as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
And obviously, he has to feel good about that inning now.
Yeah.
He's bringing in that Riley Green, who's been pretty effective for him. This is a shutdown inning that you need. 1 pitch, 1 out. That's a good start.
Yeah, Chipper Jones is going to fly out to Juan Soto when there's 1 down. And once again, if Weens can score 6 runs here, this game is over. Now that is a pretty tall order, but both of these players are capable of putting up that kind of number. As Banks is down in the count 1-2.
It's one of those things where if you're Weens, you know you have to keep scoring. Diurnal is going to keep putting up some runs himself, so you're trying to stay at that comfortable lead. So it goes down swinging that time.
And Cutter at 94 gets Willie Mays for out number 2, and that'll bring up Jorge Posada. Chopper. This is going to get him out of the inning. Big inning.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, a 0 there. It's very important. We're in the middle of the game now. We're into the 5th. You're down 4. You feel like you have momentum, even though you're 4. If you're Diurnal, you're down 4, but you have that momentum. Got to put up a few more runs here too.
So, ooh, big, nice pitch there at the knees. A sinker at 95 from Paul O'Neill, and there's 1 away. Here's Hank Aaron, sends that one foul. So Diurnal batting, down 4 here in the top of the 5th. Here's the cleanup hitter, Hank Aaron. 1 for 2. Weens has really been pounding the inside of the zone with the Paul O'Neill card here so far in the inning.
And against Hank Aaron, we talked
Yeah,
about how successful you've been there.
Don't go outside. Here's the 2-2 from O'Neill. Now the count runs full. Payoff pitch.
This is a great at bat here by Diurnal.
Really good at bat. Grounder up the middle. Banks shuffles, scoops, and makes the throw, and there's 2 down. Good battle there, ultimately won by Paul O'Neill. Here's Babe Ruth, 1 for 2. Another one on the ground. Over to his counterpart at first, and that retires aside. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Weens with a 4-run lead. 7, 8, 9 due up here in the bottom of the 5th. As Weens bats, here in a deciding Game 3, leading 11-7.
A very dangerous spot here for Diurno, not scoring there in the top of the 5th, knowing that Wins is more than capable of putting up 6 and just like that. So got to be careful here in this inning. He's still got, you know, he got his Jackie, Seager, and Mookie Betts due up, which is the bottom of the order. But if some of them start getting on, got the top of the order just like that, and it could get sweaty.
1-2 pitch misses low to even the count at 2-2. Fly ball. This one's going to stay in the infield. Seager is there, and there's one away.
Riley Green again. He's been pretty good. Been a pretty good lefty arm out of the pen for everyone. He hasn't allowed those big innings.
That's a ball.
That misses low. It's 1-2.
Nope. Outside.
There's another one missing outside. Whew. Ooh, couldn't keep it fair. Here's the 2-2. Had home run distance, but he couldn't keep it fair, and we'll do it again. 2-2. Another good battle here.
Yeah, seeing somebody just be early on those inside sinkers, but you've also seen him go the other way. Apple taco, if you go outside, it's like, what do you throw to get him out?
And that one is a line drive caught in foul ground by the first baseman Posada. And quickly, there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th.
0-1.
Supercharged Mookie Betts swings and misses. It's 0-1. That one's gobbled up by Jones. And that ends the inning. We're through 5. 11-7. Weens up by 4. So we go to the top of the 6th. Jorge Posada leading off.
That's a ball.
As Paul O'Neill on for his second inning of work.
Feels like it kind of slowed down on both sides the last couple innings. It feels like it's been 11-7 per, probably longer than what it really has been, but.
Posada taking all the way on 3-0. A little early on that one, and the count goes full.
That's a great
He
take.
walked him. Leadoff walk drawn by Posada, and Diurnal has the leadoff runner aboard to start the 6th inning.
Leadoff walks are never good, right? You never want to give a free base, start the inning like that, but that was a great take as well there for Diurnal.
And he's fallen behind Jackie Robinson to 2-0. Misses that one. It's 2-2. Tried to go back inside there, but Robinson able to get a piece. Spits on that. Full count. Payoff pitch. Grounded to third. To second for 1. Over to first in time. And that's a big double play here in the 6th inning.
Especially with Jackie, 99 speed running down the line. That's a huge double play for Wings.
And Corey Seager is fallen behind in the count 0-2. Serves that one foul, and we'll do it again. 0-2. Got him. Big inning for Paul O'Neill. Gets the double play and a strikeout to end the inning, and we go to the bottom of the 6th where Weens has the top of the order, starting with Willie Mays.
Ball. That's inside.
I wonder how much longer he's going to go with. Yeah, I wonder how much longer he's going to stick with Riley Green. Obviously, Willie Mays has the righty there. You can see that getting tired. That tells you that he's in the yellow now in the energy bar. So, no, he's been good, but how much longer do you stick with him?
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, here's the 2-2. Up the middle, Jackie Robinson. Dive, stops, not in time. As Willie Mays beats the throw, and it's an infield hit for the Hall of Famer.
That speed kills. Speed kills.
97 speed over there for Willie Mays. As Babe Ruth steps in, check over at third. He did go, and Babe Ruth is down to the count 0-2.
Ball one.
Good take. 1-2 from Green.
Nope. Outside.
Another good take. Evens the count at 2-2. Pitch number 36 coming from Riley Green. Fly ball, right field. This is going to hang up for Soto. Mays will shuffle back to first, and there's one away.
Again, I mentioned how effective Riley Green has been today. And, I mean, he just gave you, what, 2+ innings. There you got Hank Aaron, Chipper Jones, Ernie Banks due up. I'm probably looking at a righty to bring in. That's what he'll do. We haven't seen a lot of great moments from Raisel Iglesias, but that's who he's going to. Trying to get out of the inning here.
Well, he starts Hank Aaron off with a strike at 0-1. Now it's 1-1. Sinker misses. It's 2-1.
One strike.
Jackie Robinson at first after an infield hit. Hitters count here for Hank Aaron. Line drive. Craig Biggio is there, and there's 2 down.
And that was a good swing. Just a little unlucky that hit it right at the center fielder.
Chipper Jones, the switch hitter, steps in, looks at a strike in the knees. It's 0-1.
Oh, that's it.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Chipper Jones has 125 contact with 120 power. Here, I'm sure parallel 5, most likely.
That ball gets away, back to the backstop, and Willie Mays heads to second on the wild pitch.
With Chipper Jones, it really doesn't change much. He has 125 clutch as well, but you have 97 speed at second. A basic can score him.
So Chipper Jones heading the count 3-1, and he walked him.
Yeah, once that runner took to second, you had to be very careful with Chipper Jones, knowing you got Ernie on deck, so you can go righty-righty.
He is 2 for 3. He has homered, and he has doubled. Iglesias pours in a strike to even the count at 1-1. That looked like a pretty good
out
swing.
Against righties.
Yeah.
125, 125.
Tried the front door slider, but missed. It's 2-2. Oh, just misses on the inside fastball. Runners will get a head start. Payoff pitch. And we'll do it again.
Ball 4, swung a ball 4.
See, going inside, it appears he will. And he's going to get out of the inning. Probably not the swing that Weens and Banks were looking for, but we go to the 7th. It's a 4-run deficit as Weens is leading 11-7.
We've had a couple scoreless innings. Again, it's still 11-7. Diurno is doing what he's supposed to do on the bump. He just hasn't been able to do it at the plate. He's going to have another chance here, this time against Wade Boggs. He got Adley Rutschman and then flips the lineup over for the top of it. So this is a very important inning. It's getting late. We're in the top of the 7th, so it's time Diurno gets the offense going again.
Yeah, new pitcher is Wade Boggs. Another pitcher from the out of position series. We've seen him a couple times in this series and on this afternoon. He's fallen behind 3-1 to the 9-hole hitter, Adley Rutschman. Hard hit ball, base hit. Leadoff runner is aboard for Diurno here in the top of the 7th. And that'll bring up the dangerous Craig Biggio, who's 2 for 3, including a homer.
Yeah, and this is it feels like this is the guy that of course is going to be at the plate this moment when you need some runs, right? He's been very productive all day for everyone.
Ball 2.
He's ahead in the count, 2-1.
2.
Strike at the knees, evens it at 2-2. And that one is foul. Just late on a sinker off the plate. Tried to go back there again, and the count is full. Juan Soto on deck. Payoff pitch. There goes the runner. And there goes the ball. Craig Biggio does it again.
Oh my God.
It's 11-9.
He cannot stop hitting.
Ball, that's outside.
That's unbelievable, but that's exactly what Diurno needed. He got a couple runs across, still nobody out. His favorite hitter at the plate, and then 3-4 following, but won't do it this time with Juan Soto. But you needed to see some offense. It feels like it's been a while.
So Juan Soto flies out for out number 1, and that'll bring in Chipper Jones. So Wade Boggs, first inning of work. He has thrown 15 pitches and given up 2 runs. Ahead in the count 0-2 to Chipper Jones, who's 0 for 3. That misses inside. King of Goalie says, wow, couldn't agree with you more, sir. Chipper Jones. This ball's well struck. It's going to stay in the yard, but it's going to be another extra base hit, as Jones is aboard with a 1-out double.
Yeah, and you can tell, like, it was only a matter of time before Diurno started hitting again. But again, as the road team, you feel like you're such, in a big disadvantage. Need some runs.
That's ball 2.
That'll bring up the slugging Hank Aaron, the cleanup hitter, who's 1 for 3.
That's ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Ahead and out in front there, and the count goes full. Payoff pitch misses low. It's another walk. So now runners at first and second, and Babe Ruth represents the go-ahead run here in the 6th inning.
Riley Green comes in. He's
Check
been
that
very
7th
good.
inning.
Yeah, and obviously Babe has a go-ahead run. One swing can give Diurno the lead just like that.
That's in for a strike. It evens the count at 1-1. Babe Ruth finds one in the nitro zone and sends it out of here. Go ahead, 3-run homer. It's 12-11.
Yep, and that's the big inning that we talked about. Not just the 1 or 2 runs innings. He's put up 5 this inning to take the lead.
Inside, ball 1.
Huge home run there by Babe Ruth, lefty.
Wow. What an inning for Diurno.
Ball inside.
He did it against Riley Green, too, who's been very good all day. Not that time.
Posada lifts one. This one's deep, but it's going to hang up for the left fielder a few feet in front of the warning track, and there's 2 down.
And if you're Wins, there's plenty of baseball left. You're the home team. You're only down 1. You know what you're capable of. Game's not over.
There's another perfect shot. Jackie Robinson extends the inning with a 2-out single.
It's just one of those things where when the ball catches too much of the plate, they just don't miss it that often. There goes the runner. Perfect pitch to run on, too. Gonna be in there.
So another runner in scoring position. 2 down. Seager facing Riley Green. 97 inside. Timing was good. This is going to end the inning as Ruth beats Seager to the bag, but not before a big 3-run go-ahead homer from Babe Ruth. New score, 7th inning stretch time. 12-11. Diurnal has taken the lead.
We talked about you need double-digit runs to have a chance at these games. Both of them have it. Now it's anybody's ball game, right? We had Wins winning convincingly in game 1.
This ball well struck.
Yeah. Diurnal
nice
with the Mercy
catch.
Rule game 2, and this one again high scoring for both of them. It looks like it's gonna come down to the wire.
No, inside.
All right, so that'll bring up Jackie Robinson.
Ball, that's inside.
The 7-hole hitter is 2 for 3. As Paul O'Neill comes out of the pen to try to preserve this lead here in the final stages of this game, this third and deciding game. And that one's going to be popped up behind the plate. Rutschman makes the play, and there's 2 down. This is the matchup. O'Neill versus Seager, left on left.
And we've seen both of them be very good lefty on lefty. Seager here representing the time run.
Pitch. Fouled off, and we'll do it again. Seager's 1 for 2. Swing and a miss, got him. Good inning out of the bullpen for Paul O'Neill. No runs, no hits, and no errors. It's 12-11. Diurnal leads as we go to the top of the 8th. So Diurnal 6 defensive outs away from claiming the final spot in next weekend's Grand Circuit Final. That one is going to be down the line. Adley Rutschman ropes it past the diving Chipper Jones. It's going to rattle around in the corner, and it's a leadoff double for Adley Rutschman as Diurnal looks to add some insurance here in the final stages of the game.
He's in the driver's seat right now. Waynes haven't scored a run in the past 3 or 4 innings. He smells the blood. And you got,
and oh, by the way, he's got his best hitter up in Craig Biggio, who has a 3-run homer and a 2-run homer in consecutive at-bats.
He's the best hitter, followed by his favorite hitter, which guarantees that he's going to face a righty. Juan Soto is.
That's right. So he'll bring in Jose Trevino to face the right-handed Biggio, but he's got Juan Soto, the lefty, on deck.
I got a ball, 1 strike. Nope, that's inside.
Oh, I thought he
sends
did it
that
again.
one foul.
I thought he did it again. Awful taco, too.
Here's the 2-2.
He did
and
it.
he did do it again. Opposite field home run for Craig Biggio. His 3rd homer in the game, his 3rd consecutive plate appearance with a homer. And that one is rope foul.
You can
as
see
Diurnal opens up a 3-run lead.
You could almost see that coming from a mile away, right? We saw Craig Biggio. We saw Juan Soto. It just, Diurnal has been unreal with those, especially with those 2 guys at the top of the order.
And don't sleep on the importance of Adley Rutschman in the 9-hole.
Yep.
Count is 3 and 2.
He has done a great job extending innings, coming up with hits on his own. And Juan Soto at 113 miles per hour scorches one to left field. And there's another base runner, and still nobody out. Here's Chipper Jones, 1 for 4. Looks at a strike. It's 0-1.
That's inside.
I love the pitch sequence there. Fastball and then a sinker. Back-to-back sinkers in nearly the same spot.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. They are tunneling the pitches. 2-2 count.
3-2.
Spamming that low and inside corner against Chipper with Hank Aaron on deck too.
Is he going to go back there? Runner off. And we'll do it again. There's a hanger, but nicely done by Babe Ruth. Steps on the bag. He'll throw over to second, but the runner was well in ahead of the tag.
That's why you send the runner. Yeah, that's why you send the runner, right? To stay out of the double play. That would have been a perfect double play situation there. Stay out of the double play. Now you have, instead of 2 outs, you got 1 and a runner in scoring position to go along with the 3-run lead.
Hank Aaron has lined out, grounded out, and he has also walked.
And Manny Machado as well. I think it's the first time that he's used him this series.
Ball inside. That's a ball.
Misses wide. It's 2-2.
3-2.
Count goes full. Babe Ruth on deck, the lefty. That is hard hit. Oh, what a catch in center field. Huge play for out number 2 by Willie Mays.
That's why they say, hey, kid is out there, right? That defense, that speed, obviously with what he's done with the bat, but that's a run-saving catch right there. Runner didn't even advance. What a play by Willie Mays.
That'll bring up Babe Ruth, 2 for 4. Homered in his last at bat. Ooh. Little out in front. And what's 1 and 2? Did you see Garrett Cole give Rafael Devers the intentional walk with nobody?
Yeah.
Nobody on?
After hitting him? Yeah, he's like, and 2 days after saying that that's the guy he just can't get out.
That's right. Hard hit ball, but right at Babe Ruth. Ruth lines out to Ruth, but not before another big blow. Craig Biggio, 3-run homer.
0-1.
Yeah, that was, you know, Diurno again. He's gonna have one more chance at some insurance runs. But again, I'm just looking for wins. Where's the offense, right? Where is it gonna come from? It's been a few innings. It's late. It's late in the game. You are the home team, but you're gonna have to score.
And this is not how you do it. Mookie Betts, lazy fly ball. Posada drifts out into the grass and makes the play, and there's one away here in the bottom of the 8th. So Weens is down to 5 outs. Needs a rally here, down 3 in a deciding game 3.
Had that big defensive play in the top of the inning. Now he's due about the plate. Usually when you used to work at Sports Center and whatnot, right? That's how they edit it. When they after the defensive play, they hit the home run.
Yeah, that's the rule. When a player makes a great defensive play, he's coming to bat, usually leading off the next half inning.
Yeah.
Well, Babe Ruth, big swing, opposite field. It's now a 2-run advantage. Big 2-out home run from Weens, and it's now 14-12 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Finally got some offense there from Weens. Cuts the lead down to 2.
Ball 2.
Feels like a huge run. Hopefully that can get the offense going for him.
So after a mound visit, Paul O'Neill stays in there, but he's fallen behind 3-0. Hank Aaron taking all the way. Be careful with Hammer and Hank. Ooh, he's going to get out of the inning. So a run does come across thanks to a home run from Babe Ruth. But Diurnal still hanging on. Up 14-12. We go to the 9th. Here's Jorge Posada facing Manny Machado. As Diurnal has the lead, but clearly looking for more.
And it is coming down to the wire. Diurnal needs at least 2 or 3 runs. You want to get to where one swing will not end the game. Try to get this lead to 4 or 5.
And diving stop by Mookie Betts. The throw over to first in time as Jorge Posada, with the piano on his back, is thrown out at first. Get down the line one time, Jorge. Good grief.
50-something speed is just not enough.
Jeez. Yeah, that's a killer, man. All right, here's Jackie Robinson. Down on the count 1-2. We had a run rule victory in game 1. Or did we have a run rule victory in game 2?
Game 2. Game 1 was the one that ended up by like 9, but we had the mercy rule conversation throughout the entire game. Weens just wasn't able to finish it, but it's been lopsided games, both of them.
Yeah, well, not lopsided here. It's 14-12. Diurnal leading and batting, looking for insurance. There's a 1-out walk as Jackie Robinson in that 99 speed is aboard at first with Corey Seager. Are we going to see a pitching change? We will. Mariano Rivera to face the left-handed hitting Corey Seager. There goes Jackie Robinson. Throw down well late. And now that big insurance run out there at second base for Corey Seager.
It feels like Weens just wasn't ready for that stolen base. He didn't get the throw in time.
Yeah.
And you got Corey.
That's the
followed by
second
Adley.
time we've seen that in the game where it appeared that Weens wasn't available for the throw or wasn't anticipating a steal attempt. Oh, but a big strikeout there of Corey Seager, and that'll bring up Adley Rutschman.
And this
a
is a
9-hole
big
hitter.
at-bat. Yeah, you got Biggio on deck too.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rutschman 3 for 3, and the dangerous and devastating Craig Biggio on deck.
That's in. Ball 2.
Rutschman ahead in the count, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 from Rivera. Rutschman out in front on the cutter. It's 2-2. Big pitch. Rutschman lifts one. Right field, shallow. And we go to the bottom of the ninth. Weens needs 2 to tie, 3 to win, and head to next weekend. Paul O'Neill is going to start against Chipper Jones. He's already in the yellow, Yayo.
Yeah, it's I don't know. These are the decisions that I'm glad I'm not the one that have to make. You know, he's 28 pitches. He's seen enough. So very dangerous situation here for Diurnal. And that's why.
And that is why the situation, it's even more dangerous. Chipper Jones draws Weens within 1, a leadoff homer to start the ninth.
And it feels like he just wanted that one more out.
One more batter.
Paul. He just couldn't get it. Now he got the righty, switch hitter and righty part of the lineup for Weens. But it's like, who do you go to right now? Right? We haven't seen Mariano from him. We've seen some Trevino there. So he's looking at the
Haven't seen
right
Anthony
now.
Rizzo.
No.
He's looks like he might land on the right-hander Machado. Or is he going to go to the lefty Charlie Blackmon?
You can see the splits. It really doesn't make much of a difference. They're all basically 125 contact, 100 plus power. They're all great cards.
Nike boys, Kreiner, Gafe loves BR. They're all in the chat. Kreiner is going to be part of that 8-person field battling for in excess of $50,000 next weekend, a former champion. Scouting some maybe potential opponents. And by the way, we'll give you the bracket to next weekend's action as soon as this game's over. All right, so Charlie Blackmon will come out of the bullpen to face Ernie Banks. And he's going to get a big out number 1 there.
Yeah, very interesting.
2 more to go.
He went to Charlie Blackmon knowing he has 2 of the next 3 hitters righty. So let's see how that works out for him. But good start so far.
Warborn 99 checking out the action. As now Blackmon deals with the switch hitting catcher Jorge Posada. 1 down, 9th inning. Blackmon with that Josh Hader-like finish to his windup. It's a little distracting, the Blackmon windup.
Yep.
Fly ball, right center, left center field. This one has a chance, and it's gone. This game is tied. Jorge Posada ties it at 14, and they're still just 1 away.
Yeah, that's why Diurnal needed more runs. 2 runs just wasn't enough. And it was curious that, that he brought Charlie Blackmon to the game.
And this game is over. Back-to-back homers to end it. Weens advances to next weekend's championship bracket as he takes the final wild card spot and does it in dramatic fashion. Back-to-back home runs to end it. With down to his final 2 outs. And as you said, Diurnal ultimately not getting those extra runs in the top half of the ninth. That's in part what cost him.
Yeah, he slowed Weens down in the middle innings of that game, but you knew he needed more. He needed more insurance there. The Charlie Blackmon decision, I'm curious to see why, right? He had 2 righties coming up, so didn't feel like he was going to have that pitching advantage, and Weens just made him pay just back to back there just to end the game. So congrats to Weens there too on a very clutch performance there on the bottom of the ninth.
Well, Diurnal started the scoring off in the first inning thanks to a 3-run homer from Juan Soto. But Weens came storming back. Go-ahead 3-run homer from Corey Seager. This one off Ellie De La Cruz. Mason Wynn got the start in this deciding Game 3 for Weens. Juan Soto goes deep again. But he wasn't the only player that had multi-homer games. Here's Babe Ruth, giving Weens a lead at 11-4 before Diurnal just went crazy in the fourth inning. Craig Biggio had 2 home runs in this game. That one was a 3-run homer. This one's a 2-run homer. And it happened in consecutive ABs. So all of a sudden it was 14-13 before Jorge Posada ties the game with 1 out in the 9th. And then Jackie Robinson ends it. Coach was sweating. We were all sweating. But Weens ultimately outlasts a very worthy opponent in Diurnal, and he claims that final wild card spot. The first 2 games, a bit of a blowout. The second game, as a matter of fact, of this series ended in a mercy rule, but this one, as we expected, was much more tighter.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it was lopsided, Game 1 and 2. This one I had no idea, but I said I'm not going to be shocked if it goes all the way down to the wire, and to the wire it went. Amazing fight, though, from Diurnal, bouncing back after losing Game 1. He took the lead. He was down early, like you mentioned in this game. He was able to battle back, but just too much wins there in the clutch. He was able to figure it out and pull out the win there with the back-to-back home runs.
Yeah, I'm looking at the scoring here. First of all, 16 hits for 15 runs on for the winning team, Weens. Yeah. He was out-hit by Diurnal, 17 hits, but only 14 runs. I say only. Yeah. I scored 14 runs in a week in ranked season. But it's a shame. Yeah, it's a shame that one of these 2 guys had to lose, because both are capable of winning the whole thing. So our field is set for next weekend. Coverage beginning on Friday. Championship series, the grand finals, if you will. This is what the bracket now looks like. Weens and Wavy Turtle, they claim the final 2 playoff spots. All right? So now both of those guys make up spots 7 and 8 for next weekend's Grand Circuit Final, as 8 players, Yayo, battling for $51,000 in cash prizes. I think the first place prize is $25,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, and they both guaranteed themselves $1,500 by advancing to the grand final. So congrats to them. Amazing performance, right? All across for all 4 players that participated today, and the 8 players in the entire wildcard program here. So good job to all of them.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear from Weens here as he advances in walk-off fashion in Game 3 to send his squad to the grand finals next weekend and battle for a piece of that $51,000 first place prize, grand prize money, with first place being $25,000. So Diurnal had the chance, had the opportunity, but you saw the box score there on the side of the graphic. I mean, it was just razor thin. Both guys had big innings, but ultimately, because Diurnal could not score in the 9th inning, that proved to be the difference. So this is what the bracket looks like starting on Friday. As you take a look at the lineup here and the bracket, what jumps out at you, Yayo? There's a lot of familiar names here to our community.
There's some big names, and the biggest of names, Wavy Turtle is going to match up against Alex Gakil. Mentioned how he was probably the best player in the first half of the MLB The Show cycle this year. But you got multiple-time champion there, Kreiner, facing Frosty, who's another top name there. Just every single matchup is insane. Weens is going to be matching up against Wilson, the back-to-back champion. He won the summer and fall circuits. So Weens is looking for that quote-unquote upset, but at the same time, nothing really would be an upset. These matchups are just insane on paper.
All right, so you've got Frosty and Kreiner. That is a nice matchup there. Frosty is an unbelievable player. Kreiner is a former champion, and then Weens, we saw what he can do. I feel like this is wide open. Is Wavy Turtle the player that maybe has the most to prove, or maybe is the least familiar to to the community? What do you think?
Yeah, I would guess so. We've seen Alex Aquino as a former champion. Same with Kreiner. Wins as well. Wilsey. So like half of the field of where they already won some of these tournaments. But there's some that are looking for their first tournament. And, you know, Frosty is one of them that has been close multiple times. He's well known across the community for how good he is. He would need to beat Kreiner in that first round. But if he can beat Kreiner in that first round, obviously after that, anything can happen, right? Too. So yeah, there's just some big names, and it's one of those things where it's like, I'm just glad I'm just going to be able to watch some of these games, because there are going to be some crazy endings like the one we had just now.
Well, whether it's Wavy Turtle or Kreiner or Alex Gakil, if I'm seeing these dudes in ranked or in BR or an event, I'm just asking for the friendly quit and just moving on, because clearly they are all capable of making a deep run in this tournament. Once again, it begins on Friday, and we'll crown a champion on Sunday. And let's bring in the man who claimed that final spot here thanks to a thrilling walk-off win, Weens, who takes care of Diurnal in walk-off fashion in that deciding Game 3. Weens, what were you thinking going into that ninth inning?
I'm going to be honest. I was just trying to find a way to hit again. I couldn't hit for like 4 or 5 innings there after I got to 11. So I was really glad I could score the home run there. And I really did not think he would go to another lefty in Charlie Blackmon, but I was glad he did, because I've usually hit that card, at least so far, really well. So I was glad he did.
Weens, what was not working for you when you were struggling? What was it? And then what ultimately snapped you out of your little mini funk offensively?
I think what happens when I normally struggle is I chase too much, which I think I was doing. But then went down and take some pitches. I still was just getting under the ball a little too much. Like in this game, you want to get under the ball, but I was just getting under it a little too much, and I just couldn't square up anything, even when I was getting in a favorable count.
And I think you mentioned Charlie Blackmon. That's one of the things that I was going to mention, because I talked about it earlier. But what was your thoughts when, you were down 2 and you were able to hold him, right, in that top of the ninth? He didn't get any insurance runs. And then you saw Charlie Blackmon. Was that some of those things where you're like, okay, I've been struggling, but I kind of have momentum. I slowed him down. I get the good matchups. I got 2 righties coming up in the next 3 for Charlie Blackmon. What was kind of like going through your mind there? Did that have kind of like an effect on how comfortable maybe you felt?
Yeah, I knew once them to hold them to no runs in that. I don't know if it was none or 1, but I didn't let him score any more in that top of the ninth. I knew I just needed to make like one good swing, and I feel like I could get a groove again. And I knew once I tied it, I was like, I need to win it here, because I've got the momentum. I just tied it. Like I was glad I was able to do it with Jackie right away, because I knew I wanted to win it there, and I didn't want to go to extra innings.
Last one from me, Weens. What are you looking forward to next weekend?
Oh man, I mean, the competition in these tournaments has been great. It's been hectic, but the competition has been great, and there's players this year. So I mean, you've got 8 of the best in the world just battling out for a lot of money. So I'm just glad that I can be one of those 8.
And you're going to be one of those 8, but you're going to be facing Wilsey, who's the back-to-back champion. And I believe you faced him earlier this year, and there was a lot of fireworks. I remember there was a 27-25 game, something like that. So what are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to have to hit. That's really what it comes down to. It just seems like you can't. I think it's like that with Diurnal too, with Dane. Like, there's just certain innings or certain games where you just can't get them out, and you just got to do the best you can to keep hitting with them. So it's just going to come down to who scores more. I know, as cliche as it sounds, just who scores more.
Well, Weens, congratulations on a job well done this weekend, and we look forward to watching you play next weekend. Good luck.
All right, thank you so much.
You got it. That's Weens, who advances and claims that final wild card spot. He'll be playing for what he hopes is a first-place prize of $25,000. We'll see you again next weekend. Yayo, this was a lot of fun, man. Look forward to next weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me again for SDS MLB The Show. Sharing the booth with the great Roflo is always a fun time. So thank you for that.
Man.
And that was awesome. I can't wait to see what happens and who comes out on top with those $25K.
Yeah, I think we know one thing is for sure, that there's going to be a lot of runs scored next weekend. So until then, for Yayo, I'm Robert Flores. Thanks for watching. Remember, you can follow Yayo and check out his streams, twitch.tv/Yayo. You can follow me on my streams, twitch.tv/RealRoflo. For everyone behind the camera and behind the scenes, I'm Robert Flores. Have a great night, and we'll see you next weekend.